Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the February 9th, 2023 Baltimore City Planning Commission meeting. My name is Sean Davis. I have the pleasure of chairing this commission. Sitting to my right is Director Chris Ryer, who's also the secretary for the commission. Mr. Secretary, will you call a roll?
Yes. Robin Allen is not present today. Victor Clark Jr. Here. Marcia Collins.
Here.
The Honorable Eric Costello. Here. Talib Horn. Here. Tom Previs.
Here.
Eric Stevenson.
Here.
Justin Williams.
Here.
And Sean Davis.
Here. We have before us our meeting minutes from our January 12th, 2023 meeting. The only comment that I have is I think that we need to distinguish that Liz Kuntz was here in place of Deputy Mayor Williams. Other than that, that's the only comment I had. Is there any questions or comments regarding that? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is that Talib or Rick?
Oh, me, second.
Sorry, thanks. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on to our consent agenda, we have CIP transfers. The first was from January 18th. There were two items. Are there any questions or comments regarding those items? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, we have the February 1st. There were 11 items on this agenda, or on the CIP transfer. Any questions or comments regarding those?
One question, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank the staff. I noticed that the format of the CIP transfers was more comprehensive and easier to understand in the format that we've discussed switching over to. So thank you. My one question is item number 4 is indicated as non-consistent, and it's a transfer for something in Riverside Park. My question is, can we just get a clarification on that and what was the money transferred from?
Thank you. Same question, which is good. Ms. Ahern, would you give us hey, thank you for including the consistency or non-consistency, but when you included it, immediately it flew up in our face. So there was one that was non-consistent. Can you help explain what it is?
We could possibly talk later about a process for that so that we can get these questions answered. The money for that is coming from what's kind of generally referred to as a bulk account, of an account that the department has for building renovations. And they needed to supplement the Riverside Park project to pay for some of the staff that's doing the design work there. So it's not necessarily delaying another project. We support that. It's not directly taking money away from another project that's in process right now, but it is not consistent with the CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. With that, is there any questions or comments regarding? Do I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, we have minor subdivision final plans for 1212 Union Avenue in the 7th District. Any questions or comments regarding this?
May I make a quick comment? On the website available to us, but I'm not sure publicly available, the department reviewed the application and determined that the application satisfies the requirements of the rules and regulations of land subdivision and other applicable land development regulations, and that it's a minor subdivision. And that's the basis for the approval. I would move approval.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Previs, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, we have the revised final design approval for the Reisterstown Road Plaza PUD number 111A. It's the Checkers drive-through restaurant freezer unit in the 5th District. Any questions or comments regarding this item? It's a fascinating plan. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Previs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And finally, on our consent agenda, we have City Council Bill 22-0262, which is the landmark list exteriors, Baltimore City Engine Company, 14 Firehouse in the 9th District. Are there any questions, comments regarding this? The only comment I have is it looked like it was a really beautiful building. So, without, we have a motion?
I guess I just add that it was passed through CHAP as well and reviewed there and supported. Sorry. And I'll second.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Priebus. Hearing none, we have a motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on to our regular agenda now, I turn it over to Mr. Secretary. Mr. Ryer, would you?
The first item on the regular agenda is City Council Bill number 22-0296, a rezoning for 810 Leadenhall Street in the 11th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
Good afternoon, as I try and be in two places at once. This is a rezoning bill for the property, which is highlighted here. It's a large, single-story brick warehouse building. Just taking you through a few of the photos from overhead and zooming in a bit. And looking to the north and towards the south, the opposite way. So what brings us here today is a proposed rezoning from the existing TOD for transit-oriented development. That's what TOD stands for. That's what it's going to. From the IMU, which is Industrial Mixed Use 1, to the TOD 4. The light blue is the property in question. It is the only industrially zoned property in the neighborhood. The yellow around it is R7 residential. The olive green color is R8 residential. And then that beige in the corner to the right is C1 commercial. And then the heavy red maroon off to the left edge is C5 DC for downtown core, and then the hatched area is open space. So if we cross compare that, well, this first is the old zoning, which we did not have industrial mixed use zoning at the time. So this building was M for manufacturing, M22. And the B5 that you see is what used to be the downtown core business zoning equivalency, and the residential zoning around it is substantially similar. So when we overlay those together, the colors are today's zoning code, so that's the yellow, the green, the maroon, the light blue. But I've left there the heavy red lines with the old zoning categories so that you can see the change. So for example, just to the east of the highway, there's a former B5 downtown zone that went to R8 residential. And then the light blue used to be manufacturing. It would have come up as a darker purple, but it's now blue for IMU. The B22 and the B33 in the bottom right corner, those went to a lighter C1 commercial district. And you can see a couple of other changes throughout. So these are some of the changes from the old zoning code that existed prior to 2017 to today's code, just for context. So the request at hand is to go from IMU 1, which is industrial mixed use, and the 1 indicates that it allows residential in that use. The IMU district, when we created that, because nothing equivalent to that existed under the old zoning code, the purpose for that was to recognize that some of our former M1 lightest industrial buildings that were typically used as a buffer type district between heavier industry and commercial versus adjacent residential. Frequently, those M1 type buildings were an example like this one, a standalone warehouse type building or other industrial building that was usually in the middle of a residential area, frequently because that's where their workforce came from, or it was a lighter buffer district separating, for example, a neighborhood from, say, heavier industry along railroad tracks, something along those lines. Well, we realized that not all of those industrial mixed-use zones that we created were appropriate for conversion to residential. So within a couple of years, I think it was in 2019, if memory serves, we split the IMU district in half. So IMU 1 gets residential, IMU 2 did not, otherwise they're basically the same. So in looking at the evaluation of the proposal here to go from IMU 1 to TOD, Transit-Oriented Development Zone, what does that do? So the TOD zones, there are 4 of them. The TOD 1 and TOD 3 are the lighter intensity mixed uses. The 2 and the 4 are the higher intensity use mixes. The 1 and the 2 are the lower height and bulk, and the 3 and the 4 are the higher bulk. So you can mix and match whichever way you need to go. But in looking at the requested rezoning, we wanted to look at what's the potential that's there now, what is the district that's being asked for, what else could it be, is this the appropriate zone? So I wanted to put up a quick comparison just to walk you through the differences. And I will also acknowledge we do understand that there is a specific proposal that is contemplated for this site. However, this is a rezoning bill. We have to, as we always do for these, look at them in the abstract, because that is the action that's in front of you for this bill. There is also no guarantee that the day after the rezoning happens that any particular project that may be contemplated or in process now will actually get approved. And even if it is approved, we can't guarantee that it'll be built. So our job is to look at it as a zone, not as a particular way to get to a project, okay, just to detangle that. So I looked at some of the bulk differences. When you look at, for example, R8, it requires 750 square feet of lot area for each dwelling unit. And the lot is, I think, 0.959 acres, which is like 40,000 square feet, a little bit less than an acre, let's say, of total property. And that would get you a density of about 56 units total. Is the present IMU 1, it's a little less than half of that lot area requirement, meaning a little bit more than double. So that would yield 139. TOD 4 does not have a specific lot area requirement because the whole point of it is being proximate to transit options. Density is a desirable thing, so there's not a specific lot area requirement. So the yield there depends on the size of the building and what building code will allow. Heights obviously vary as well. So for an R8 type row home typical neighborhood, heights are allowed to go up to 45 feet, or they may go to 60 feet by conditional use. The existing IMU1 can go up to 60 feet. TOD4 can go up to 100 or potentially higher by conditional use through the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. There is no minimum height in R8 or IMU1 existing, but TOD4 has a minimum height. So it needs to be 24 feet or 2 stories minimum and go up from there. Again, that zone, it's intended to be more dense. There are slight differences in setbacks that differ depending on how you would want to potentially site a new building if a new building was proposed. Lot coverage means what percentage of the property can be covered by a building. So up to 80% for R8 and no limit for the others, with the exception of the existing IMU, where depending on what you build there may be some landscape manual requirements that might need practical space. Impervious surface is how much of the lot may be impervious. So that's not just building, that's also paving and things of that like. The R8 does have a limit, the others do not, because it's intended to be more dense and potentially have a building that covers the entire property. Parking is substantially similar across the board with the exception of TOD4, which actually has maximum caps. The idea is to limit the amount of parking spaces because it's TOD. They're supposed to be the T, not just the OD. Okay, so just a quick comparison of what those look like. Okay, so we have to go through the required findings that are in the land use portion of the Maryland Code, as well as the requirements for the zoning code. So for the plan, we looked at how the comprehensive rezoning in 2017 identified this property as IMU, which was a shift away from heavier industrial uses that were under the prior M22 zoning. And given that this is a standalone building, I believe that IMU zoning was appropriate for its time. It allowed for a wider variety of uses that were compatible with the surrounding residential uses at the time, but because it's a mixed-use industrial type zoning would not necessarily drive out any existing industrial uses that may have been there. As the building is getting outmoded and no longer is being used actively for industrial uses, that demand is shifting away. And as we're seeing in the surrounding neighborhoods, a shift to more intense residential type development has been happening for the past several years. While historically, our staff generally, and me specifically, have stood here and have supported retention of industrial zoning, trying to protect that critical industry from intrusion of residential and commercial. That's typically along heavier industry areas where they're collected together in a place that is active or is along a truck route. We have neither of those conditions here today. This is an isolated building. It's the only industry capable property in the entirety of the neighborhood and surrounding areas. And it just doesn't make sense to retain that industry here. The neighborhood has been shifting again towards more intense residential use, and it's actually very slightly closer to the light rail stop as the other similar TOD zones are several blocks to the south in recent times. So we believe that that's appropriate. As for population changes from 2010 to 2020 census, the neighborhood went, and the percentage of 32% growth sounds tremendous, but 1,823 residents to 2,677. When you have a shift in a smaller population, that percentage seems larger, but it's indicating a positive trend in densifying the residential areas. Public facilities, of course, it's well served and will continue to be so, and we don't expect any particular changes to the future and present transportation patterns. As for compatibility, this rezoning would recognize that trend and change of use to the zoning in the neighborhood and immediately adjacent neighborhoods since the comprehensive rezoning in 2017 took place. And we believe that TOD4 zoning for this property would provide for reasonable redevelopment of the property at a density appropriate for its proximity to the light rail station. For some of our findings that are required through the zoning code, we have to look at the uses of the property within the general area. Again, this property is surrounded by residential zoning, albeit at a much lower density, but the housing types that are there do not lend themselves to high-density multifamily. They're smaller lots. For the classification of the other properties, again, the majority of the neighborhood is R7, R8 residential use. The very northern edge of the community and off to the west is C5DC as part of the downtown commercial zone, which has comparable residential densities to what's proposed here. There are a couple small clusters of commercial zoning, a couple blocks away and one node of OR2 office residential, but again, this is the only industrially zoned property in the entirety of the neighborhood. The suitability of the property in question for the uses permitted under its existing zoning classification. For that one, it's currently improved with a brick warehouse building, which could be used for a variety of uses approvable under the current district. Though any use that isn't an industrial use would most likely lead to a redevelopment of the site just based on the structure type that's there. And I talked a bit already about the trend of development in the increasing density in residential for this area. Again, while staff needs to review this rezoning bill in the general sense, we understand that there may be a project contemplated, but we have to look at just the zoning as a standalone thing. We believe that it is reasonable, that it meets all of the requirements for the findings for a rezoning, and we would recommend approval. Actually, I'm sorry, we do have some equity points here. For impact, the proposed rezoning will provide for the redevelopment of the existing warehouse building or remove potential for industrial use impacts on the surrounding community. We don't believe the rezoning by itself will impact any patterns of inequity that may exist. And again, we understand that the proposed project is intended to fill a market gap by providing residential units that are not otherwise commonly available in the immediate area. We believe that the community has been meaningfully engaged in discussing this project, and you'll see in your file there is a memo from the applicant that details the chronology of the various outreach efforts that they have taken to date. We have heard from a number of individuals that are concerned with this project and either are asking for its disapproval or for its postponement. So you'll have each of those letters in your file available to you, and some of them are here today. And we don't expect that this bill will impact any internal operations. As for our own notification, we sent notice of this meeting to the Historic Sharp-Leadenhall Community Association, the Otterbein Community Association, as well as 19,334 unique email addresses in our citywide email distribution list. And with that, we recommend approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. First off, forgive me, at the beginning of this, I should have mentioned, but if you are here for agenda item number 10, that agenda item has been postponed.
And your microphone, sir.
I was hoping. So none of y'all are here for number 10?
We're here for 8:10.
Yeah.
Good one. All right. The second thing is, I want to point out to everybody who's here, the commission knows this, we are a recommending body in this particular effort. The vote that we take will be referred back to the city council for their consideration in their ultimate decision regarding this rezoning. And in order for us to pass this out of the planning commission and back to the city council, we need at least 6 members of this commission to vote the same way. So if it's a 5-4 vote, well, actually in this particular instance, if it's a 4-4 vote, 5-3 vote, there's only 8 commissioners here right now. I'm not great at math. 5-3 vote, then we would it would stay here. And so the goal would be ideally to get 6 people to vote the same way so that it could be passed on back to the city council. So with that, we'll open it up for questions from the commission for Mr. Tiso, starting with Commissioner Collins.
I don't have any questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions. I want to thank staff for a comprehensive report, as always. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Not a question. I do applaud the input of the community that I've read over and their concerns, but no direct questions as it relates to the legislation.
Commissioner Horn.
Just following up, really do appreciate the community's concerns. There was a letter, I guess that was put in there by the owner. And in that letter, he says he addressed sort of 5 community concerns. One is concerns about height and scale. The second one is opposition to garage entrance on Peach Street. Third is impact on parks of more dogs. 4 is shade impacts, and 5 is aesthetic comments. And so I don't know if, you probably would not be the right person to talk about that, but at a certain point, I just would want to hear about community engagement and sort of what the outcome of those conversations were. In terms
I
of
think
those-
that'll be our next witness.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be up to the applicant to talk about their process there. Again, this is just about the rezoning. We are aware that there's a specific project in mind, and we will review that through the normal development review process when it gets to that point. So it's good to know about those concerns when we get there. But for today, we have to look at this in the abstract because we don't know if that project will actually go forward or could change.
Anything further, Commissioner Horn? Nope. Great. Deputy Mayor?
Did you give the history of the property itself? I'm sorry if I missed it. It was a, I'm guessing it was an industrial warehouse?
Yep, it's a brick warehouse storage type structure.
So is it still an active?
I don't believe it's heavily used at this point.
Anything further?
No, thanks.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
Thank you for the report, especially for the side-by-side zoning comparison. That was helpful. To summarize, you talked about this, but I'm going to ask you to repeat it a little bit.
Sure.
It was rezoned IMU in 2017, and at that time, TOD did or didn't exist?
TOD did not exist. We created a number of new zoning categories in the current code. A lot of our industrial options, like office industrial campus, bioscience campus, all of those are new districts to better tailor it. There was basically just the downtown B5 was the highest intensity under the old code, but this property was M2 medium industrial under the old code.
I want to make sure that I'm following the same thing. At the time of the last comprehensive rezoning, the TOD zoning category was at the time a zoning category in the new
Oh, I'm
transform Baltimore.
Yes, we created the TOD categories with the new zoning code, but not for this property.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And the IMU was just IMU, and after transform in 2017, we came back in.
2 years
and-
later.
Yeah, and this commission came in and said, okay, we need an IMU 1, which would permit residential, and an IMU 2, which would not permit residential. We bifurcated it, and then we went back in and we said, okay, these properties that are currently zoned IMU are going to be designated IMU 1, and these are going to be designated IMU 2. So there was kind of like a mini rezoning, comprehensive rezoning in 2019. Sorry, I know that probably didn't answer your question.
And so I think Deputy Mayor Williams' question becomes a little bit more important to me about the active use of the property at that time in 2017 as well as now.
Sure, and probably best to have the applicant speak to that.
Because if we're to ignore the contemplated development proposal and look at this in a vacuum as we're asked to, then the current use is relevant to the zoning. I think, as was sort of summarized, IMU was a kind of transitional zoning to not create non-compliant uses of, legacy tenants or whatever the case may be. So I do think it's relevant if that's happening here. I don't think I have any further questions. Thanks.
My questions are similar. I just have two at the time, but they may be addressed in the course of the hearing. Doesn't necessarily have to be by the department if the applicant's speaking. The first is the mistake or change in the neighborhood analysis. In the staff report, it just said they disagreed. The staff disagrees that it's a mistake, but agrees with the change in the character of the neighborhood for reasons presented in the memo of the applicant. But I read the memo of the applicant, and I didn't exactly understand why it's a change in the neighborhood. If staff could clarify its position on mistake of change in character of the neighborhood, that's my first question. And then you want to take that first, then I'll go to the second one?
Sure.
Thanks.
So, there's two criteria that we need to look at, either of which by themselves can suffice to justify a rezoning. So you need at least one of those. Where there's both, it just makes you more challenge-proof, right? So for a mistake, and what that means is it was literally typically an administrative mistake, not, we had a better choice and we probably should have taken that in hindsight. And why I don't believe it was really a mistake is that this was an oddball building. It's not a residential type. It's not practically usable for the heavy industry that it was zoned for under the old M22 zoning. So that kind of lower intensity warehouse, single story type building, even under the old code, was typically zoned M1 light industrial, that kind of buffer district. And in fact, under that standard, it probably should have been M1 being surrounded by residential. So if we looked at those types of uses, those were the ones that made the most sense to go to IMU, because it allows for that lower intensity buffer type industry use, but allows for a couple of reuse options so that there's built-in options that don't require rezoning necessarily going downstream. And in fact, it even allows for residential as an option, so that if those buildings that don't have the clear height, clear span between pillars are just not in a location near a truck route that are just not viable anymore, they can redevelop them without needing to rezone first. So that's why I don't believe it was a mistake to make it IMU. However, its lack of productive use at this current time, the increase in residential density, the addition of other TOD zones several blocks to the south, the fact that it's 3 blocks away from light rail by Manhattan distance, all of that indicates that there is a trend more towards residential use, and being that it's the only industrially zoned property in the Otterbein neighborhood, it's outmoded, and that shift to more intense residential and TOD is more appropriate, and that was the basis for finding a change for us.
But since the current zoning doesn't prohibit residential, does that argument still?
No, the fact that it allows residential is not a problem necessarily by itself. The question would be, is this building still appropriate for industrial? Or future use of this property, whether the building stays or not. It's a remnant building.
Well, it's,
Remnant building that could be redeveloped under the current zoning.
So let's get back to, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's address Tom's question. Then we come back.
well, it's really, he is doing a good, yeah, I mean, he's asking it before I do, but it's really the same question almost. Well, I think I've heard from you about your position on changing character. I still want to hear from the applicant because I have similar issues as Commissioner Stevenson. The second question is, why? So assuming the character of the neighborhood's becoming more residential, and it is a change for some reason that I'm still kind of mulling over, but why this density? Because I don't know that I see this level of density in the neighborhood. For example, you just told us that all of R7, and I think after we get past the first step of the analysis, the second step is to find a conforming or least weird, I don't know what the exact legal term, I forget it is, but least impactful zone given the actual nature of the neighborhood. It's kind of consistent with the change concept. I'm talking too much. The point is density. I just see 100 foot. Your slide indicated 100-foot height. That seems a lot in Federal Hill. I don't know if maybe you could tell us if some of those church steeples or other buildings, I'm sure the Raven Stadium has 100-foot density, although it's in a little bit across the way. I mean, I'm sorry, 100-foot height. But if there's anything nearby that has 100-foot height, and then if there's anything, I guess this yield of 56 versus the max and the setbacks, and really that slide that you sent before struck me as, okay, well, maybe it is TOD, but it sounds like there's 4 levels of TOD. And
Okay.
really, that's the first time I've been applauded in here.
Encourage me, for the love of God.
You'll be next. Don't. I don't take sides. No, I'm sorry, but no, I was really just trying to understand density and why 4, and if 4 is consistent with the R7. That's the question.
Sure. Yeah, so as planners, we tend to be a skeptical bunch, and we always look at things of what shenanigans could possibly happen here if the proposal goes through. One of the things that was in the back of my mind when I look at the height differences is that we were actually in discussions within the past year with the development community, because when we pick 60 foot as a height in several districts as a meaningful cutoff. The goal there was for a 5-ish story building, which tends to, once you go above that, crosses a building. Thank you. I was going to say architects in the room yell at me. The building classification to needing to go to steel instead of a concrete podium with stick built above it. We have actually been told recently that number needs to be more like 65 or 68 to actually fit a 5-story building that has the correct clear height first floor for typically a retail or commercial first floor with all the floor to floor heights. Once you add them up, it actually needs to be a little bit more. So if we were to go with the IMU 1, which has a density basically the same, I'm sorry, TOD 1, which has the same residential density approximately as IMU 1. IMU 2, it doesn't have that limit, but it has the same 60-foot height that the existing zone has. Sorry, I'm trying to do this live. The TOD 2 has the same height as IMU 1. Got it. 60 feet. There's practically no change there. Okay. So you need to jump to the higher classification of TOD 4 to enable a variety of mix to get to a more usable future height, and that it matches the TOD 4 that we've done just a couple years ago down the street. That's, get the yardstick out, but similar or slightly longer distance away from the light rail, depending on how you go. So that was the kind of analysis, because we always look at, are there alternate zones that could achieve the same general redevelopment goal without being too much or too little? In theory, and again, I was trying to steer away from a particular development proposal, it could potentially be achievable with very significant variances under the IMU 1. But again, to make something feasible for a demo rebuild, we don't also want to make them go for something that is a serious departure from the bulk standards of that zone. We're not really supposed to do that. So the most rational zone that I could come up with ended up being what the applicants were asking for.
Just, what is 100 feet? So I don't know, I actually don't know what the applicants are at. I really don't know what the building is. I'm really looking this purely at zoning.
Which is fine.
And I don't want to actually know, frankly, because I'm trying to understand this. Is there, I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, other than the Ravens Stadium presumably, which is kind of across the way, are there any other buildings that are 100 feet? Because presumably if we rezone this, someone could put something up that's 100 feet tall.
Yes.
And yes, what are they?
Yes, they could put up something
Right.
that goes to that height limit. No, I don't have data on heights of other structures immediately nearby, unfortunately.
Okay. That's it, thank you.
Coming back, Vice Chair Stevens, if we have anything to
No, thank you.
Okay.
a few questions if I can. So we do not know whether or not the existing building was in use as a warehouse or industrial building in 2017.
I don't have knowledge of that. I'd rather have the applicant talk about it.
And then again, I'm sorry, guys, we'll have plenty of opportunity for everybody who's out here who wants to speak. My questions are go back before the speaker and the commission. So second, same thing for 2019 when we redesignated this as IMU 1. So I want to know those two things. Do you know, and by the way, the word mistake is uncomfortable for some. It's not meant as in somebody screwed up during the last comprehensive rezoning. It means, for example, that at the time of the last comprehensive rezoning, the council did not know something that if they had known might have changed their opinion. For example, if the building was previously an industrial use, i.e. a warehouse, but had no longer been used for warehousing purposes and was vacant, had they known that at the time of the last comprehensive rezoning, would they have continued to use it, or would they have continued to designate it for industrial uses? That's kind of like a killer question to me, right? And I think that's what you were getting at as well. So don't think of the word mistake as somebody screwed up.
So we have those two. There's at least two that I know are purely administrative transcription errors from 2017. So that's in the pile as well.
Okay. So now, in terms of change in the character of the neighborhood, have there been any other rezonings in and around this neighborhood since 2017?
I believe there were a couple of the TOD sites further to the south. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I believe there were.
So since the last comprehensive rezoning, we have rezoned property in the neighborhood I think if I'm not mistaken, it was from IMU to TOD4.
I'd want to go back to look to see at the history, but I think that's right.
Okay. So to me, that's a kind of an important change in the character of the neighborhood. When people say, again, in a rezoning context, that, yeah, there's been development in the neighborhood, I don't care. If the development's been in a concert with the existing zoning, then good, it's following the existing zoning. That's not a change in the character of the neighborhood. That is the development of the neighborhood in accordance with zoning. Changes in character of the neighborhood, to me, are like rezonings. Or there was an unanticipated capital fund or capital project that, has happened since the last comprehensive rezoning, like a major roadway improvement that opened up capacity, or a transit line that comes in. There's something that happened since the last comprehensive rezoning that changed the character of the neighborhood. So changes of zoning in the neighborhood are really kind of important, and will be good to know that. That's all the questions I have for you.
May I just ask, Mr. Chairman, if while the other people
Time's up.
participate, the department go back and just quickly look at that TOD4 and maybe present that back to us? Because I do agree that that's important, but I don't recall anything about it.
Let's wait and hear the full public testimony.
Okay, thank
Ideally,
you.
When that's happening, well, Mr. Tiso or one of his colleagues can go back and do that. The last question I have for you, now that I think about it, this chart is important to me because it does talk about bulk regulations, and what is there today could be torn down and could be redeveloped under the center category right here under the IMU1 with a 60-foot high building with no side yard setbacks, a 10-foot front yard. If a side yard setback is proposed, it has to be 10 feet, but they don't need a side yard setback. It could be 0. I believe there's no rear yard setback required in the IMU1. I read all of the letters that we received. All of them have been posted on the website. I thank you very, very much for that. It's encouraging that people are participating. Several of the questions regarding the relationship of this building to the adjacent properties and the setbacks and whatnot. There's nothing different from what is being proposed in TOD4 to IMU1. The height's a big one. I'll give you that. That's for sure. But in terms of the setbacks and whatnot, what's permitted under the IMU1 is really important to keep as our basis, because we're talking about use, and use is devoid of any proposal or any existing use. A building can be torn down, a 60-foot high building, which even could be expanded greater with BMZA, with a variance approval, could be greater than that. So don't think about what's there, think about what could be there, and that's in the center category. How about uses? What are the uses? I mean, from a TOD4, does it permit industrial type uses?
No, it's predominantly commercial and residential type uses.
Okay.
That's one of the biggest differences between them. IMU has lighter intensity industrial uses, some commercial uses, and in the case of IMU1, residential. But that Venn diagram is kind of separated around the industrial portion, and the TOD does have more commercial opportunity than the IMU does.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to speak. Is there a representative from the applicant here? I see Mr. Woolman. I see Mr. Woolman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Hear me okay?
Yeah.
Members of the commission, my name is Joe Woolman. I'm a local land use attorney. I represent the applicant in this matter, who is a local developer. We do have representatives from the development team here in case the members have any questions related to the project, but I'd like to thank Mr. Tiso and agree with him that the scope of this hearing is really limited to the rezoning of the land. Planners like to often state to us in the development world that zoning runs with the land. We frankly, and to Mr. Previs's point, really don't care what you're proposing for your project. We need to consider this in the abstract and consider the zoning classification for the land. So I would agree with that statement. I know there are a lot of people here from the community. I know there's been a lot of community engagement. Mr. Chairman, I think you alluded, or maybe Mr. Tizo did, that we submitted a memorandum today just outlining the community outreach, the extensive community outreach that goes back to August that we've conducted. I don't think that's the subject of this hearing today. I just wanted you to have that by way of background to let you know that we've been actively engaged with the community, and we're here to address issues as they relate to the zoning itself. And a lot of questions have already been asked to Mr. Tizo. I'm happy to answer additional questions regarding the rezoning to TOD. I would provide a little bit of clarification surrounding the discussion about other rezonings in the area. Mr. Chair, I think you asked that question. There was a rezoning to this same category, to TOD4, to 3 city blocks, really 3 separate sites, if you will. It was a multi-phase project back in 2017, believe it or not long after Transform Baltimore was passed. But even then, that soon from Transform, there had been enough change / mistake under the state law that this commission, actually dug up the old staff report from 2017, this commission and the city council saw fit at that time in 2017 to rezone land that was zoned, some of it IMU, some of it OR, but to rezone it to a TOD4 classification because of its proximity to transit. I believe this site's actually a little bit closer to the transit, and perhaps more importantly, it's now been 5 years since Transform Baltimore, and even more change has taken place with regards to the industrial uses, or more importantly, the lack thereof in this neighborhood. My client may be able to speak to this better than I can, but I believe the history, because I happen to live in South Baltimore as well. I believe the history regarding the use was back in 2017. This was the former chauffeur's warehouse. So it was being used as a warehouse at that time. But when Transform took place, I think what the city council was not aware of, and frankly could not be aware of necessarily, was very, very soon thereafter, there was an exodus of a lot of the light industrial users in this neighborhood and in South Baltimore. And chauffeurs closed up shop and left the warehouse use. Currently, which I think is important, the question about what the use is currently, I believe it's about, is it 60 to 70%? About 60%, 60 to 70% vacant. So this warehouse has definitely become obsolete in our eyes. There hasn't been a full use of it as an industrial or even light industrial use for quite some time. I think there's a record shop that's operated out of a portion of it. I think a cabinet maker may have a small portion of it. But obviously, and I can tell a commission typically when I'm involved in rezonings of industrial land, I always hear from the Baltimore Industrial Group. I always hear quickly from Jeff Fraley and that crowd, and they're usually in opposition to rezoning industrial land. And I think Mr. Tizo also pointed out that typically staff doesn't necessarily support the rezoning of industrial land if it's in an industrial area, because they prefer to see the retention of that land for light industrial uses. Well, I can tell you that we didn't hear from BIG, the Baltimore Industrial Group, or Mr. Fraley, because I think they would be in agreement with Mr. Tizo and the staff. And I want to thank the staff. They worked extremely hard on this rezoning bill because it is significant, and I appreciate Mr. Tizo stealing a lot of my thunder regarding his analysis under the law and under the code. But we didn't hear from BIG because this really is not a viable industrial property. With regard to the height, and Mr. Chairman, you're correct, the height is a big one. I think Mr. Tizo briefly addressed the fact that because of the transit-oriented development zone and the nature of being close to transit and the desire to take advantage of the transit, you want to have an ability for higher density and higher intensity. So it will allow up to 100 feet. Again, don't want to get into the specifics of our project, but I can tell you our project is a little under 70 feet, just for by way of background. But again, I think we need to be talking about the zoning classification. And I find it interesting that, and I rarely would quote the parking authority's report on a bill, on a rezoning, but in the third paragraph of the parking authority report, on this bill, I'll just read from it. The PABC acknowledges the benefits of TOD zoning districts, as these districts are intended to promote well-integrated residential and commercial development near transit stations that foster less dependence on automobiles, greater social interaction, and active community life, and help reduce parking demand. So I really appreciate Parking Lane in that regard, because it certainly supports our argument for the rezoning. But with that, I'll submit at this time. I'm sure you have questions of me. You may have questions of my client. I appreciate the reference to the memorandum we submitted with our community outreach. We have attempted to address a lot of design questions, but I don't think this is a design review hearing. We're in the middle of the UDAP process. That's ongoing. We had a pre-UDAP, we've had a UDAP, we're going to have another UDAP. We'll be UDAPing like crazy. So with that, I'll submit and answer any questions you may have.
Great. Commissioner Previs.
To ask you the same two questions I asked Mr. Tiso, which is, why is this a mistake or significant change in the neighborhood is question one, and question two is why TOD 4?
I tried to answer the TOD 4, and I would echo what Mr. Tiso said. Because of the proximity to transit, you want to have the ability to have the higher intensity, the height, the higher density unit yield, et cetera. Because it is a transit-oriented development, I would, again, point to the Parking Authority's reference to that. With regard to change and mistake, and the state law requires that you find one or the other. It's not a requirement that you find both. I think there's an argument for both. Mr. Tiso and I disagree on that, and I certainly respect his opinion and obviously agree with his assessment that there has been a change. And the change, just the use itself that I mentioned, the history of the use, the fact that there is no longer light industrial uses in the neighborhood, the fact that this commission and the council found that there was enough change and mistake back in 2017, and now we're 5 years later, I think highlights that as well. The fact that there's no longer the need for the industrial use or the light industrial use in this neighborhood, I think is a significant change. As far as the mistake, and again, I think it was the chairman that pointed out, it's kind of a bad word. It doesn't mean anybody messed up. I don't think there's any way the city council could have known that businesses like Chauffeurs and others were going to be leaving South Baltimore. I mean, I live down there. I've lived down there for over 20 years. It's changing rapidly all the time, and certainly I think it's changed significantly in the last 5 years, thereby making this zoning classification for a significant parcel. If you look at the footprint in the neighborhood, it's a large parcel. Its highest and best use, I think, is a multifamily development with the type of density and height that lends itself to a transit-oriented development.
I'm sorry. If I may just ask a quick follow-up, would you have any other buildings that are of the height of 100 feet that you're aware of nearby?
About 3 blocks to the south where the TOD rezoning took place, there's some significantly high buildings there. There's an apartment building on the corner of, I think it's between Cross and West, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, I'm not aware of the actual height, but it has significant height. I don't know if it's 100, but I'm sure it's higher than 60. And then there's an office building 2 blocks to the south of that, happens to be where my office is. And I think I'm on the 6th floor of that office building. Again, I don't know the exact height, but it's significant.
Thank you. No further questions.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
Nothing bad. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
The question I have, I'm trying to formulate in my head. I think the compelling argument to me about the change or mistake is on the population change. I saw it in one of the staff report numbers. So I guess
it went from 1823 to 2677, a 32% increase in population.
Right, so I guess I went to Otterbein based on the neighborhood map, but I guess it'd be useful if you can think off the top of your head, or not to quiz you, but think of the big developments that have come into Otterbein and Sharp Leadenhall in the radius in the past, since 2017. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of that now it's the Arrive at Federal Hill, and then 414 Light, and then a few buildings are coming online, Stadium Square.
Hanover Cross Street.
Yes, I guess if you could help or list out other big projects that are residential. I think that's the change the neighborhood has been. More people, which brings more amenities and brings more pressure on neighborhood if you don't increase the housing supply, that would increase pressure on existing rents. So I guess yeah, do you have other thoughts about other projects that have increased population?
The ones you mentioned, and then the one I mentioned, Hanover Cross Street, the only ones that come to the top of my client who knows the market real well, may know of any additional.
Hold on a second. Real quick.
Here's some information.
Oh, that was not me.
No, it's not.
101 West Cross Street, which is Hanover at Cross, which is the northernmost block of the Stadium Square development in Sharp Leadenhall. I believe is 299 market rate units. 414 Light Street is 394 market rate units. 611 South Charles Street, which is the former University of Maryland Medical System, I think Deakin Hospital, if I'm not mistaken, is 265 units. They had been attempting to convert a floor or two of that to a short-term rental model, which we effectively put the kibosh on. And then the building that Mr. Woolman referred to, the office building, is 145-155 West Austin Street, which is the southernmost of the 3 blocks of the Stadium Square assemblage development. That office building, as well as the northernmost building, the apartment building, are both 6 stories with a couple feet more than standard on the first floor, kind of like lobby context. If I had to take a guess, and please don't quote me at this, to address Commissioner Previs's question about the height, I'd say with that larger than usual first floor, with that couple extra feet for the lobby area, along with mechanical functions on the roof, HVAC, et cetera, I'd say those are probably in the neighborhood of 75 to 78 feet, plus or minus. Again, please don't quote me at that, but that's my best guess.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Any other questions for, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no.
I didn't want.
The councilman knows his district a lot better than I do.
Yeah, I didn't want the witness to be talking to somebody else in the audience about it. If there's any additional information, then obviously your client can come up and provide that. If I don't, anything further, any additional questions, Councilman, for this witness?
No, but I would add 115 West Hamburg Street, directly adjacent to the 7-Eleven at Hanover and Hamburg Street. Smaller building, I'm going to say 36 market rate units and 4 or 5 stories, if I recall from every day when I pick up my Diet Coke from the 7-Eleven.
I'm not ignoring you on that. Google mapping, because this is helpful, thank you.
And I'm sure if we give you long enough, you will come up with 3 or 4 additional examples. So, Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
I don't have any further questions for you. I think that actually I do, real quickly. Is there an urban renewal plan for this area?
No,
Okay,
and it's not a CHAP district either.
good. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? And if you would, please, I tell you what, I'm sure there's a bunch of, anybody who would like to speak on this, please raise your hand. Great. I'm only seeing like 5 hands. Really? All right. No? Okay, let's just, if you want to come on up and just, kind of queue up behind the current speaker, if you would, just give us your name and your address, that'd be helpful. And then,
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Andrew Forbes. I live at 117 West Montgomery Street, an adjacent property directly north of the proposed development of 810 Leadenhall Street. I am here today to voice my strong opposition to the rezoning of 810 Leadenhall Street. I submit this testimony because the size of the proposed development and the proximity to adjacent existing row homes will have significant and measurable adverse impacts on my family and my neighbors. Now, Mr. Tiso stated the decision by the commission is made in the abstract, but an abstract decision made today will have real-world consequences tomorrow. I want to share one fact about those adverse impacts as well as my opinion on the context of this project within the greater community. The proposed development will greatly reduce the direct sunlight that reaches my home and my neighbors' homes. The proposed development is directly south of our homes. During winter months, all direct sunlight that reaches our homes will be eliminated by the proposed development. This winter sunlight heats our homes, and without it, our home heating costs will increase drastically. This winter sunlight nurtures our emotional well-being, and without it, we are at far greater risk from suffering from seasonal affective disorder, a medically recognized form of depression resulting from lack of exposure to sunlight. The loss of direct sunlight will drastically reduce the quality of life for adjacent residents. This is just one of many adverse impacts that will affect the physical, emotional, and financial well-being of adjacent residents. This drastic reduction in the quality of life for the neighboring community means that the proposed development is neither equitable nor just. These adverse impacts are a direct result of the size and scale of the proposed development determined by the developer. The size and scale of the proposed development is predicated on the assumption that rezoning will occur. Approval of rezoning by you, members of this planning commission, means that you are accepting and allowing of these adverse impacts to occur to me, my family, and my neighbors. Allowing the developer to profit while existing residents suffer from adverse impacts of the project is unjust and inequitable. I cannot think of a single reason how this proposed development would be conceived through a community-driven master plan. The proposed development is the result of the developer unilaterally pushing forward a project at the expense of and against the best interests of the surrounding community. There are more than 170 signatures that have been assembled in opposition to the rezoning. Now, later this afternoon, this commission will vote on the approval of Reimagine Middle Branch, a national example of what a community-driven master plan process should be. I know this because I have worked with the master plan team since 2019 to make this vision a reality. Reimagine Middle Branch is built on a foundation of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Reimagine Middle Branch lists equitable development as one of the 4 pillars of the equity framework of the master plan. 810 Leadenhall Street is within the Reimagine Middle Branch planning area. How can it be that the rezoning of 810 Leadenhall Street is allowed to proceed with such egregious and inequitable outcomes for the adjacent residents when the entire framework of the governing master plan is built on equity? With consideration of this evidence, I ask the Planning Commission to vote no on the rezoning of 810 Leadenhall Street. A vote of yes will show everyone here in attendance and the entire city that equitable development is something we only talk about doing and not something that we actually do in real life. Thank you.
Nope, don't walk away. Are there any questions for the witness? Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Stevenson.
Mr. Forbes, is that right?
That's correct.
When you purchased your house on Montgomery Street, were you aware that it backed up to an industrially zoned property?
13 years ago, I purchased that house. I was aware of the structure as it existed then.
It looks to me like that existing building is maybe 18 feet tall, roughly. Is that ballpark?
I would say it is approximately 2 to 2.5 stories tall based off a residential floor, so I can't tell you exactly how tall that is.
So if they were to build a 60-foot building, which is what's currently allowed under the zoning, would that block the sunlight from your house?
Yes, sir. That will have a direct impact on the sunlight on our house.
So I guess I'm just pointing out that a lot of the issues that you're pointing out would still be an issue even without the rezoning because of the current zoning and height allowances.
Well, that sounds like a design decision, and I believe that we'll be addressing that in later process.
So one of the things that I think Mr. Tiso emphasized in his justification of the rezoning is the removal of the industrial use that's allowed under the IMU. In your opinion, would it be preferable for the community to have industrial versus residential in that site?
I can't speak for the community now. All I know is that we are in constant communication with each other. We are organized and we are willing and prepared to come together and form a plan that the developer team can address.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Yes.
I just had a quick, and I shouldn't get into this, but as an environmental attorney, I spend a lot of time thinking about environmental justice and equity because it's something that I have to deal with every day. And I'll give you a hint, I develop power plants and other major projects, so it's not like it's something I don't deal with all the time. I'm basically on that side. the idea that, I find it almost a little, don't take this the wrong way, but it's almost a little bit offensive to hear sort of in the heart of Federal Hill that has had high property values and had a lot of advantages over the course of Baltimore's history, that somehow a more intense apartment building is an inequitable use, or something that's inequitable. And I'm just saying that because we have a city that's like at like a 0.9 rating in the environmental justice area that is way underinvested in a lot of other neighborhoods that have things like power plants and medical waste facilities and everything else. And so I just, I hear that getting thrown around, and it's just a little bit, when we look comparatively at equity and at environmental justice, this is not that, at least compared to some of the other things we're dealing with. So it's a comment, but it's just to be a little careful, because I don't think this is that. And I also agree with Mr. Stevenson's comment that this is almost by right anyway. The things that you're complaining about, they could do by right. So anyway, that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Mr. Forbes? I just want to thank you for your letter that you submitted to the department. It was very thorough, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Oh, yes, Councilman.
I mean, I'm going to have the same comment for everyone, but especially Mr. Forbes. He was at a number of the community engagement meetings, so I want to thank you for continuing to be engaged. I know we've had conversations about this, and we'll continue to do so, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forbes. Next.
Hello, my name is Mark Brick. I live in Fed Hill, and I worked in the apartment industry for 10 years, 5 years in Baltimore, both leasing and maintenance. So I know the industry pretty well. I also am opposing this bill, or this rezoning, for a lot of reasons. But let's start at the beginning. I think when you have a couple people telling you, don't think about whatever we're going to build here, let's just think about the rezoning, that's when you should really get scared. Because you're just looking at a chart and you're not thinking about what's going to be there. And I think you definitely have to think about what is going to be there and what they want to do with it once we give them approval. Because I've been part of that. I worked at 414 Light Street before they opened up, and so I saw that building get built. I started with a hard hat on. And so I know that they will tell you anything that they can to get approval, to go through all those processes, to make the neighbors happy. But as soon as they get the permission, then everybody that's not a resident is an enemy. And anybody that's complaining about the giant machinery that is attached to trucks outside working at 7 a.m., like, you're just obnoxious for complaining about that stuff. And at the end of the day, if this is rezoned, let's say it, like, it's not being rezoned into commercial, which it is currently being used as. It's being rezoned into residential. The only reason it's being rezoned into residential is because they will get a huge tax break for building an apartment building. And it's not because the community wants it, which they obviously don't. It's not because the neighborhood needs it, which it definitely does not. It's just because of a tax break. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. If they wanted to build it, they could build it in another neighborhood that needs some apartments, but Fed Hill doesn't.
So real quickly, is it Mr. Brick?
Yes.
What's your address, Mr. Brick, for the record?
34 East Fort.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Brick? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Betty Bland Thomas. I live at 118 West Cross Street. I am a seasoned community leader.
And a
of
good
the
writer.
historic Sharp Leadenhall community.
And a good writer. Your letter was great.
Thank you, thank you. What I want to share here is an issue of the community not being included in this zoning ordinance. And I think out of all fairness, and particularly as I read, Chris, the mission of the planning department, community engagement has been one of the highlights of the planning department. I've not always had the opportunity to talk with you, Eric, but I have had the many opportunities to talk with my planner in the community, and she's been made herself available and always accessible. I would like to request sincerely and to whatever extent that can be done, that we just postpone it and allow there be an opportunity for the community to be engaged in this consultation. For me, it's an issue of my right as a resident to have this project or this procedure pushed so quickly and there not be any community engagement. My concern, Eric, and I'll address it to you, there has been community engagement, and I appreciate Eric showing up personally himself to support the developer's plan and give clarity that it's not in a historic district area. But I want you all to know, a half a block from 3 historic district areas, to me, is a factor of the impact. So many of us are here. We all have different opinions. I think my letter was really clear. For me, it's the issue that we were not engaged prior. With a postponement, it will give us an opportunity to have the knowledge that Eric has as he or his staff explain to us the difference from the IMU and the TOD. 4, I would like to also add that I think equity is an issue here, but I also think it's a quality of life. If we continue to develop plans, Chris, that do not include community engagement, I think what you're going to have here is people moving out of Baltimore City because they don't see a fair process, that's here. Historic designation is important to us, that we're a community that has lost a lot of its physical buildings due to improvement. With the guidance of the planning department, we learned how to do historic designation, and that has helped us in some degree. Our community was the community that actively went to the state to demand that the Hamburg Light Rail Station be open. We're mostly a blue-collar, working residential area in Sharp Leadenhall, and public transportation is important for us to get to work and get back from work. I have found, and I'm part of a clean and green group in my community, that we do not have people using our light rail as it might be predicted on paper because of COVID. People don't want to travel public transportation. So people are working from home. So I think because of these kind of dynamics, the lack of community engagement, that there is an opportunity here for the community to learn more about this process and to give our input. I think that's the main thing that's not included in here, community input. And I can't stress that enough. We're not here to stop progress. We just ask that we be included in the process by elected officials, by our directors of the planning department, by our persons who are in charge of the zoning commission. This is a great opportunity for the community to learn, but not at a hearing, but an opportunity to meet before then, and so that we can be consulted on this. Another point of clarity, because I don't like general statements. This project at 810 Leadenhall Street has had 3 meetings, and I appreciate the developer taking the time. The other 2 meetings was under a different company, so those 5, I think that were mentioned, was inadequate because we've only had 3. And they were good meetings, but a developer should not have to be the one to tell us about zoning. Developer is about getting his project discussed and approved by the community. So we look for our city agencies that are representing residents to help guide us through consultation about these processes, just like we look for our city official to do the same thing. Talk to us, explain to us what's going on and why you feel this should be done this way. Hear our input, because if you don't talk to us, you don't know how we feel. In closing, the 101 Cross Street building was too high. And at the time it was built, I didn't know what variance was. And now all my beautiful plants that used to get sunshine have died. And I think it has impacted on my mental health. I used to smile a lot. And now when I look out my front door, I just see people across the street in their apartments. I'm sure the view wasn't all that great before, but it wasn't that high, and it made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Don't walk away. Are there any questions for Ms. Thomas? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Just to get clarity.
Yep.
Just to get clarity, you said there were 5 meetings, 2 of which were with another development group?
It was another architect group.
Architect group. Okay.
But it was a different, it wasn't even a plan discussed. There were no drawings.
But
It was
on the same, not to cut you off, but on the same site?
on the same site. On the same site. And it wasn't a meeting, sir. Those 2 meetings were by phone. They just they asked me my opinion.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There we go. That's better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bland Thomas, I want to thank you for your engagement throughout this process. I want to offer a couple points of clarification based on the testimony we just heard. First, with respect to the other 2 meetings, Commissioner Clark, there was a group prior to the current ownership group that was exploring purchasing the property. And those are the 2 meetings that are being referred to. So it was a different team. I don't know if members of the current ownership team were involved in that as minority partners, but that was a different group, and they held a series of phone calls. With respect to the community engagement that has occurred, I want to point out a couple of things. And I was very insistent with the development team, which I think they'll attest to. There's a representative from the developer here, as well as Land Use Council, Mr. Woolman, who we've already heard from, of the need to have robust community engagement. I held an initial meeting with a number of community leaders to get initial reactions to the proposed project. We had 2 large-scale meetings. One was at the property itself, and I'm seeing here from my notes, that was October 6th. We probably had, I'm just going to guess, 80 or 90 folks in the room for that meeting. Had a pretty extensive conversation that probably went about 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I've made very clear to the development team that they will take this community outreach and engagement process seriously. They made a number of modifications to the proposed design. I recognize we're not here today to talk about design, but I do want to talk about community engagement because even if that's something that per law the Planning Commission is not required to take into consideration, it's something that I take into consideration in every single decision that I make as an elected official. We had a second follow-up meeting, again, from my notes here, on January 4th. It was a little bit of a smaller crowd, I'd say probably 60 for those that were there. I assume there's some agreement in that number. And the community engagement process is not completed. And finally, I have to take exception with respect to the comments on 101 West Cross Street because I was involved in each and every single one of those public meetings. You participated, Ms. Bland Thomas, in all 6 of the public URP meetings, including the 7th additional meeting, which I hosted here at the Planning Department in the next room over. So while I regret If that project has had a negative quality of life impact on you or on your neighbors, I know there are several positive impacts that project has had with respect to our tax base, with respect to a very robust community engagement center that was built at historic Leadenhall Baptist Church, which has been there for 152 years, and is providing a robust suite of services to many of our residents in Sharp Leadenhall. So I do regret that, but I must take exception with that comment and correct that comment for the record. Again, I thank you for your engagement on this project, and my hope is that you'll continue to remain engaged. The community outreach process, in my mind, has not concluded, and there's more work to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman.
Chairman, if I could just comment, because he brought up a really great point. I was included in some of those meetings, but I didn't understand a lot of what was going on. I will admit that. And I contributed to having large meetings and not having the different agencies present as well. You know, you can splur out all sorts of words, variance, density, and for an average person, that's not clear. But here's an opportunity, I think, for the community to negotiate with the developer, because now we're talking about variance. We're talking about height. You're taking away our opportunity to negotiate about this height. There has to be some give back. The impact is enormous. And you'll hear from my neighbors their input as well. But the process is what concerns me the most. We were not engaged with this hearing prior to then.
Okay, so I've got to address that if I can real quickly. There is never enough public engagement process in any development project I've ever heard of or been involved with or anything. There's never, ever enough, and I appreciate and understand that. My wife will constantly yell at me as I'm in the development industry, and she says, we're not hearing enough. I said, this is the process that we're given, okay? And for us on this commission, our involvement in a specific development project is relatively limited. For example, the hearing that we're having here is the only time that we'll hear of this project. It may very well be the only time that we'll ever hear of this project because it's not a subdivision. We're not the design review panel. This is about the land use and the zoning, and that's it. And so regardless of what happens here today, we're probably done with this project. So, it comes onto our agenda. It's publicly noted, the property's posted. I verified the property was properly posted in accordance with the law. We've had this public engagement process. It's never enough, but it's what we have to deal with, okay? The second thing real quickly is, I hear this often as well, is that, it'd be great if we were able to negotiate with the developer, and I invite you to negotiate with the developer. We can't be party to any of that. It's part of Maryland land use law. It's contract zoning is not permissible. So we can't negotiate with a developer and say, hey, we'll give you this zoning, but you can't go above 70 feet. You can't reach that 100-foot max. We can't do that. It's against the law for us to do that. We, and the prior gentleman, Mr. Brick, who spoke, we are confined to very specific things that we can evaluate, okay? And it has nothing to do with their proposal. Because as Mr. Tiso said, Commissioner Priebus and Vice Chair Stevenson said, if they walk tomorrow, the property is rezoned to TOD4, what can happen on that property? That's what can happen on the property, was shown here on this chart. That's the only thing that we consider. That's the only thing that we can consider is what is permissible on the land based on the zoning, regardless of anything that they're proposing. And we can't negotiate that. It's against the law for us to do that. So our scope is relatively small, and our ability to effectuate change is relatively limited to what's permitted under the zoning.
Yeah. If I could just comment real quick, because I know people are standing. Again, the process has some questions. And for me, I'll just use this as an example. If Councilman Eric Costello is the sponsor of this zoning change, and he also sits on the board, and he will be counted in the decision whether to approve it or not approve it. To me, that sounds like a conflict of interest, you know, because how can you favor something, be on a commission on something, and then represent your constituents, and they have some opposition to it? So it's a little concerning to me about this process. And I guess maybe my question should really be addressed to you, Chris. Maybe the planning department should not have felt as pushed to bring this up at this time and allow more time for the community to have an opportunity to meet with its planner to hear what might be a proposed zoning issue that comes up. But to exclude us altogether in any other process, you know, it's not fair.
I think that's unfair, ma'am, with all due respect. I appreciate the letter, the passion that you put into your letter. I read it completely. I thought it was very, very well written, and I appreciated it very much. But again, there is no proposal before planning at this point in time. This is a zoning issue. We are a recommending body. It goes before the city council. It's introduced to the city council. It's referred to the land use committee. It's brought down to planning commission for our review and recommendation. Then it's brought back up to city council for their ultimate public hearings and, you know, and vote. So we are a recommending body in that, and the planning department's doesn't control that process at all. I mean, it's the city council. It's a bill that's enacted by the city council, which we are recommending into it.
Okay. Well, I just learned something I didn't know. Let me apologize to Chris. Eric, I thought that you were walking two lines, but I see. I have a little bit more clarity now. In closing, affordability should also be a concern. We are being outpriced in our community. Many of our long-term residents, because of the alleged market rate, are having to leave their affordable homes because their rates have gone up because of the surrounding area. I can't believe, I think 114 charges with $3,500 for a two-bedroom, and I know 115 Hamburg Street is charging $2,000 for a one-bedroom. And for a family that's making under $25,000 or maybe even $40,000, they can't afford to pay that. Where are we to go from here? And transit was really meant for people who could not afford a car, in my opinion, so they could get back and forth to work. And keep in mind, we worked really hard to make transit possible in our community. We had no idea that in the end, it would hurt us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Next.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Bridget Purcell. I live at 808, my name is Bridget Purcell. I live at 808 Leadenhall Street, and I oppose this bill. I'm going to limit myself to 3 main points today. The first has to do with adverse impacts. They have not been adequately identified or addressed by the planner. We do not have basic information about the demolition and construction or how the effects on the neighbors will be mitigated. We do not have information about environmental hazards, lead, asbestos, mold, and other dangerous materials that will be put out by the construction. The developer has shown no interest in principles of equitable development, or the impacts of this project on Sharp Leadenhall. They have not included any provisions for affordable units, nor have they addressed at all the issue of gentrification and rent inflation that will occur as a result of this project. I could go on, but the main point is that there are adverse impacts to the community that have not begun to be identified or addressed. The second point has to do with community engagement. The developer cannot be the arbiter of whether adequate community engagement has occurred. Can I just see hands in this room? Are you a member of the community and
Excuse me,
feel that you have
if I
not
can,
been
I don't-
adequately engaged?
Ma'am, you got to speak with us. If you can, everybody else who's in the audience will have an opportunity to speak up.
Okay, my
Thank
main
you.
point is that the developer cannot be an impartial arbiter of this.
Okay, and that's a very fair point.
It's my understanding that there is someone in the Planning Commission, at least one person who's supposed to be brought into this process to mediate, to be a liaison with the community, and that person, are they in the room?
Is it the planning, no, the planning department?
Right, at the planning department,
Okay.
sorry, who has not been brought into this process at all. There have been 2 large community meetings, as Representative Costello said. Those quickly devolved into chaos. They were extremely contentious, and out of those meetings, the developer picked certain points and chose to incorporate those into the design. But we haven't had a chance as a community to deconflict various viewpoints. For instance, the garage entrance, they moved from one place to, another place that's 10 feet away from historic row homes. So my second point is that community engagement has not been adequate, regardless of claims to the contrary. My third and final point has to do with, community engagement has not involved any discussion of zoning whatsoever. Those public meetings were entirely to do with design. We were not consulted on zoning. We were not educated in any way about this. We heard about this for the first time 10 days ago. Third and final point is zoning. I want everyone in the room to be familiar with the term spot zoning or piecemeal zoning. I learned these terms myself this week. What that means is when there's an attempt to rezone an individual parcel of land so that it can be used in a way that is different from the surrounding community and different from the master plan. The spot zoning benefits the property owner at the expense of the residents. And it's prohibited in Maryland state law. So what I would like to know is if you can tell all of us how this does not constitute a spot rezoning that benefits the developer at the expense of the rest of the community.
If you'd like to, I'd be more than happy to if you want. All right, so that is the whole basis of this hearing, is to understand whether or not we believe there has been a change in the character of the neighborhood or a mistake during the last comprehensive rezoning of this property that would justify a rezoning. It's established in Maryland law. If a property owner, there's 2 ways to rezone property, okay? The first one is for a comprehensive rezoning, which happened in Baltimore City back in 2017. We went through Transform Baltimore, then we remapped the whole city, and it went through a very arduous and detailed process. It was 6 or 7 years long. Okay, so as a property owner, I can ask for my property to be rezoned during that comprehensive rezoning process. Then there's the second way, which is to ask for a piecemeal rezoning. You're 100% correct. It's called a piecemeal rezoning. For a piecemeal rezoning to be valid, it has to be based on a change in the character of the neighborhood or a mistake, which is what we've all been talking about here. Is there an adequate change in the character of the neighborhood since 2017, the last comprehensive rezoning? Or was there a mistake made by the city council in the 2017 that had they known this, they would have rezoned this property to that? If it meets either of those criteria, and it only needs to meet one of them, then the rezoning is justified and legal. And if it does not meet those criteria, and it's rezoned, then it's definitely appealable. It's appealable regardless, but whether or not the courts would uphold the rezoning is based on whether they believe there's adequate evidence to prove that, yes, there was a change in the character of the neighborhood of the property, or a mistake that was made. So that's the whole basis of this hearing. So when we render our decision, we will provide what we call findings of fact and conclusions of law that will justify our opinion, that will be established on the record and whatnot, so that if there's any appeal, you'll at least understand what our basis for our decision was.
Thank you.
If I may just add to it, I think, if I forget to include it in a finding fact conclusion a little later, the fact is that this was initially a zoned IMU in an area that is not IMU. It's very much different. It's R7, and so it already was. It's not a spot zone, but it was already designated for a different kind of zone based on a historic use during a comprehensive rezoning process. The question that's come to us is whether that so it's already been called out as a unique piece of parcel, and it is a unique parcel. And the question for us is really whether this unique IMU zoning is the right one. And what's compelling to me is down the street there's a lot of TOD4. I will also say that Mr. Costello, to the prior comment, Mr. Costello and I don't always agree. I come at this pretty objectively, and I came in with eyes wide open, looking for change in the character of the neighborhood, and and mistake, and didn't see it yet. But in the course of this hearing, a lot of information, particularly the slides on the screen, has been presented to address all of these questions. And I think it addresses it quite adequately, that this is not a spot zoning. So I respect that you've brought the question to our attention, but I think we're doing a more than adequate job, frankly, of really trying to dig down here. And I've been very objective, and I think it has been presented for the reasons the chairman says as to why this is not spot zoning.
I haven't made my decision yet. That's what we are required to do, is determine there's been a change or a mistake. And that's what all of this is about. The community input that we're getting right now will effectuate that decision. Okay, so I'm sorry, you would ask us a question. Hopefully that addresses your question. Is there anything else that you'd like to?
That concludes my remarks.
Okay, are there any questions for the speaker?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And this isn't a question, Mr. Purcell, thank you. But I think that she made a very true statement regarding community engagement. And, this is a bit of a catch-22, but community engagement has not happened around the rezoning. We're saying that we are ignoring the project proposal, but community engagement's only been done around the project proposal. We're saying that the proposed project is irrelevant to the rezoning, but we wouldn't be talking about the rezoning if the applicant hadn't applied for it. At no time did planning go to the community and say, here's an underutilized piece of land. What sort of zoning would the community like to see for the future development of this property? These rezonings are only precipitated by the application of a project. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous for us to say that we're going to consider them completely separately.
I respect that, Vice Chair, but unfortunately, it is not the planning department's responsibility to go through and evaluate every individual piece of property for its highest and best use and determine and go to the community and say, well, what do you want to do with this property? What are your thoughts with this property? These applications are precipitated by property owners and contract purchasers. And, unfortunately, we are in a reactive position to this. And unfortunately, the way the law is written right now, there is no community. This is the community engagement for the rezoning process. When the application comes in, it comes into the council. The council, like we said, goes through their process, refers it down to us. We have this hearing, make our recommendation, bring it back up to council. That's the legal community engagement process. If the applicant wants to have community engagement regarding the rezoning, that's entirely up to the applicant. But
So I think, I don't recall if it was you, Commissioner Horn, that asked about an urban renewal plan.
that was me.
And it was stated that there wasn't one, but in the letters, there's numerous references to a master plan for the area. So
Again, that's a great question. I asked, I think, I can't remember who I asked. I think it was maybe Mr. Woolman, whether or not there was an urban renewal plan, and the answer was no, there's not. I read in Ms. Thomas's letter, very clearly states there is a Sharp-Leadenhall master plan, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this commission approved that as a community-based master plan. It's not a master plan that was adopted by the planning department. It was one of our community-based master plans. So I don't know whether it sets up specific, and forgive me if I don't recall, we've had a number of community-based master plans come before the commission. Does it set up land uses and building heights and other things? I doubt it does, because those things can't supersede zoning in the same way that like an urban renewal plan can and whatnot. So that would be like putting the community in charge of developing a master plan. You all meet and you say, you know what, no building out here could be taller than 3 stories. Yeah, let's go with that. That works great. All right, good. Well, that can't supersede the zoning, unless the planning department and the city council and everybody else agree with you and make it the plan. So I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
that's all, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
First, no, you're good. You're good. I just, Ms. Purcell, I know you're an immediately impacted neighbor, I wanted to thank you for your engagement. I hope that you're going to continue to stay engaged. I know there's been some group conversation in the Facebook group, so I'm hoping that that's going to continue. Mr. Chairman, to your point, just because you drove my curiosity here, there is a neighborhood master plan that was completed back in 2004. One other piece of context that I wanted to provide, which is I found somewhat interesting when this was first brought to my attention 6 months ago, is the somewhat unique nature of the location of this property and the larger context of the neighborhood. Specifically, one of the reasons why I hosted these large-scale community engagement meetings. Normally, that role would be done by the Community Association of Record. This property isn't within the boundaries of any, or was not within any of the boundaries of an existing community association as of 2 weeks ago. And I found that to be very curious and actually reached out to my predecessor on the council, Bill Cole, who served in the seat from 2007 to 2014, and also reached out to his predecessor, Kiefer Mitchell, who represented the area from 2003 to 2007. And I didn't go back any further than that because, as the commission is aware, that's when we switched from 3-member districts to single-member districts back in 2003. But to the best of former Councilman Cole and former Councilman Mitchell's recollection, this has just always been the case for this property, and it has never been within a specific neighborhood association's boundaries or claimed by any neighborhood association boundary. And I'm not saying that to advocate one way or the other. I'm just providing that as interesting context.
Well, I mean,
from the whole matter.
If you stop and think about it from a planning perspective, from a pure planning perspective, it wasn't used for residential purposes, and everything around it was used for residential. So if I'm one of the surrounding neighborhood associations, I'm going to look at this property and say, yeah, it's a business. They're not part of our neighborhood. Well, if everybody around it says that, then yeah, it's kind of the hole in the donut. So it makes sense. I'm sorry. Please, come on up, tell us your name.
Awesome. Thank you, Commission. My name is Timothy Heath. I am a resident at 125 West Montgomery Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I will keep it brief, as others have touched on a lot of points, and I know that we want to keep this meeting going. I will state clearly I oppose this bill. I will echo some of the comments that have been made that have referenced community engagement and how that there has been buy-in. There were meetings that were held, as it has been touched on. Those meetings were very design-centric. When specific questions about zoning were brought up, information was not provided either by Councilman Costello or the developers, despite the second meeting having taken place after this bill was filed. At the second meeting, the developer volunteered to send out mailers ahead of this meeting, an act that he did not do. Instead, the Department of Planning could have assisted residents in these matters, but that independent city agency was never invited to the community meetings that were jointly organized by the developer and Councilman Costello's office. Instead, residents were left to their own research of zoning codes and the zoning process to discover that their concerns were valid. Meanwhile, the experts on such matters remained silent. That said, I hope that what we submitted had good intent, and you can understand that if there were small errors, it comes from the urgency and the lack of education that we've had to overcome in the last 10 days. The councilman's chief of staff told me that the developer needed the rezoning in order to make the project financially viable. So my question is, why should the councilman's office lobby for a for-profit private company rather than that of the concerns of their constituents? I was told in that same conversation that if they didn't get the zoning the developer wanted, they could sell the property to an out-of-state developer who would come in and build whatever they want. An attempt at intimidation that only lacks impact because the current developer by right can already build what they want to the current zoning, with or without community input. Similarly, the developer has had conversations with residents where he has made statements that if the rezoning was blocked in this hearing, they would build the biggest structure possible under the existing zoning and that all the existing residents would hate it. a statement that directly contradicts a willingness to have meaningful discussions and open dialogue with the surrounding communities and residents. I don't make these accusations lightly, and I make them only to establish a pattern that contradicts the statement of a community involvement. This process should be restarted, and it should include the proper involvement of the community and the Department of Planning. It should explain why the specific zone was specifically identified when TOD 3 and others could meet the objectives of the project. I say these words as not someone who has a personal grudge against the developer, the councilman, or any other parties in this. I'm an 11-year resident of South Baltimore. I'm someone who has previously voted for Councilman Costello. I say these words as a citizen of Baltimore who wants the best for the residents of South Baltimore and the city at large, who wants to see integrity in our city processes and equitability in decisions made by our city government. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. Are there any questions for Mr. Heath?
That's more of a comment, something to think about. It's part of the community engagement process. It's one thing that's been troublesome to me is talk about equity and community engagement, that the problem with relying upon community associations as the sole mediators, that community associations typically are older homeowners, and they exclude the people less able to access decision makers and have less access to the levers of power. And so that's obviously an inherent tension there. But I guess one thing to explore is how to do a better job of outreach. I know Baltimore County has a citizen's guide to zoning to make it easier for the public to understand the basics. So it's something we should look at, I think, from planning department to have the basic information available and more accessible.
That's a good point. I mean, it's unfortunate in that we don't know what we don't know until it's smacked us in the face. It was like, holy mackerel, I don't know anything about zoning. I got 10 days before I have to show up for this hearing and testify. Please understand, this is not the last hearing. Okay, so everything that you're learning about today, there is going to be a city council hearing on this bill. We are a recommending body. It goes back before the city council. You'll have every opportunity to present and speak at that time. And hopefully this process informs, that presentation and that discussion as well. But I think that's a very good point, Deputy Mayor. We go through this every year with our capital improvement program, right? I mean, we really want people to be involved in capital improvement. We want them to understand what it got. We hold these public hearings and 40 people show up or 60 people show up. And it's just unfortunate. So, but I appreciate your letter. I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate everything you said.
May I add a couple just more comments based on questions that were previously asked that some did not have the answers to?
Please.
This building was used as industrial. It's actually currently occupied now. That was referenced. It has been used in bulk as of late last year by Apple, the big Apple company that we all know. They used it as a staging warehouse for the film they were filming here in town. I forget the name of it, the one that was happening all over, Lady in the Lake, I believe. That was up until very recent. This building can support industrial. It's not being marketed for it, and that's why it's empty.
Do you want it? Do you want industrial uses there?
I do, and I'll tell you why, because industrial is jobs. We have residential in South Baltimore. We have those TOD zones that have been referenced here today, and they have high vacancy rates. While I'm encouraged by the numbers referenced by Eric with regards to population growth in our district, I think we all know citywide the diminishing numbers and the constant population decline. So while we're having growth in our neighborhood, it is not solving city problems.
I think I would suggest that you go to the zoning code and look at the permitted uses under the IMU1.
I have also looked at the permitted uses under TOD 4, and they're extreme.
Okay.
TOD 3 would rein that in, but that has not been proposed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Heath.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank the commission for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Roland Laboué. I live at 804 Leadenhall Street, and I also oppose this bill. The current zoning designation allows for a 60-foot structure, which already significantly exceeds the height of any nearby building. The majority of the nearby buildings are 2 or 3 stories. And 60 feet already allows a prospective developer to build a large and profitable apartment complex and to significantly increase the number of available housing units within our neighborhood. I'd like to address the fact that the counsel for the developer references one of the justifications for this rezoning, declining industrial use in the building. Now, I won't address whether or not that's true. It seems to be somewhat at odds with the prior testimony we just heard. But assuming that's true, I don't see why that specific justification implies that we would need to rezone to TOD4. We've been looking at this zoning comparison slide for the past 2 hours, and it seems to me that one glaring omission here is a column representing TOD1 or TOD2. Both of those zoning designations would disallow industrial use if that is a concern, and if that's the justification for this rezoning without altering the maximum height, which, as you've noted before, is a very significant change. And I'd like to submit is not necessary for a large apartment complex. I know we're not supposed to directly address the developer's plans, but in the design plans we've been given, we were repeatedly told 4 to 6 stories, that range would be allowable given a 60-foot limit. So again, if the only justification for rezoning is, and I guess if that doesn't sound, at the very least 4 or 5 would be allowable, right? But so somewhere within that range is allowable within a 60-foot limit. But if the only justification, or if the convincing justification is the decreasing industrial use for this space, then I think that there could be a new proposal put forward for rezoning as TOD1 or TOD2 if higher density is required for this project. Just in conclusion, just as members of Sharp Leadenhall and Otterbein, zoning is our one and only protection. You know, we've talked about potentially negotiating with the developer, but we have very little that we can use to negotiate. Really, our one protection is this zoning. And if rezoning to TOD4 is approved, we would be wholly at the developer's mercy. Both these developers or other potential developers, as been mentioned before, they could erect a 100-foot tall building, which would be wholly unlike anything in both the immediate vicinity, but even the larger community. We as a community, we recognize the need for increased housing in the city, and we're willing to accommodate a great deal of disruption. You know, as somebody who lives very adjacent to this building, I recognize that no matter what, we're going to deal with a lot of disruption, and that's okay, in as much as this city can continue to develop. But I do ask that this commission preserve a degree of protection for our communities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Upley, it was it?
Upley.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Upley. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Laboulaye, Laboulaye.
Well, I had that totally wrong.
Can you spell, Mr., or can you please spell that again?
Yes, Laboulaye.
Yeah, totally wrong, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I appreciate your engagement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yes, sir.
So my name is Matthew Benishevitz. I'm not a resident. I'm a current tenant of the building in question. So I'm not arguing for postponement or denial in either way. I just want to correct the record and stick up for the building a little bit, because I keep hearing continuously, even from the developers have called it abandoned before and not heavy use. I mean, every square foot, almost 100,000 square feet was in a lease when the developers took over. Yeah, the Apple Plus, the Natalie Portman miniseries, which is written by a local writer who lives 10 feet away, or 10 blocks just from the building. There have been multiple furniture makers, scooter chargers. There's an open invitation for the community to use the event. We've hosted fundraisers for local schools. Before, including Terrell, who's a community leader for children to keep them on the right track, has had events there. The building's is surprisingly attractive on the inside. Everyone says it's beautiful, to the point where an event space that I built up with the intention of using in the future was used by the developers to pitch their project. Before there was catastrophic flooding in the building due to negligence of heating the pipes. I don't know if that's an issue for this hearing, but I just wanted to say that the building's still
up for rent on LoopNet. The last time I checked, people came in and asked if I was the one renting it out, when it really isn't. So the idea that 70% of it's empty, those tenants just left a month and a half ago, and they're trying to get $27,000 per month for that 2/3 on LoopNet. So that's basically all I have to say. We also use it for a block party. The communities between Otterbein and Sharp Leadenhall are trying to bridge a historical gap due to injustices and very spotty history, including zoning way before I was around. And we host an annual block party in front of the building I'm in, and I green light it every year and enjoy it to bridge that gap. Because as you know, when you walk out my door, you look to the left. In Otterbein, there's $500,000 houses where you have to get permission to color your door, and historic Sharp Leadenhall to the right is a very, very different story. So I just wanted to stick up for the building because I always hear it mocked and denigrated, and at the same time they're saying, oh, there's no use for it, but your rent needs to go up. It's dilapidated, but 40% increase in rent. So I just want to stick up for the building for a minute.
Thank you very much. I one day hope that somebody will call me surprisingly attractive inside, as you call the building. But no, I really appreciate it. Are there any additional comments or questions for the speaker? Yes.
I didn't get the last name.
Benishevitz, it's Benicewicz.
Let me state one thing. He made a point that kind of encompasses two things. One is you said you hadn't been around for a long time.
Well, not since we're talking about the highway to nowhere that split up that made the communities.
Let me just help some other people that may not understand this. In the 2017 rezoning was the first one Baltimore had in 40 years.
I was a tenant of the building. I was excited for that zoning because it allowed me to do lots of interesting things.
Okay.
And I spent tens of thousands of dollars on things like that event space, which was beautiful enough for them to use to pitch this. It's all destroyed now.
Okay, so then you just added to what my second thought was, that when they're talking about community outreach, we had to advertise everything we did and transform. So the communities when we went to the IMU, the community was notified. That was the outreach that we had to do by law. So I just want to say that in community outreach, it's just a matter of timing on some of these things. Some people are, you're always going to argue the present because you're in the present, okay? But these things happen that's only 5 or 6 years ago. But the zoning change that took us to IMU was the first time in 40 years.
I know. I was a tenant in the building.
Okay, 40 years ago?
No.
No, thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Just want to thank Matt and appreciate his support for the surrounding community. Just owned a small business for a number of years now and very well-beloved member of the community. Thank you, Matt.
Hello, my name is Terry Holthouse, Holthouse, and I live at 121 West Montgomery in between Andrew Forbes and Tim. And I mostly have an issue with the height, the proposed height. And there were some things that were said that sort of, I don't know, rubbed me the wrong way, where someone just cavalierly said, well, down the street is TOD4. And I wanted to talk about those buildings that are TOD4 that are down close to Ostend and West. From my house, which abuts the property that's under question, that's about 0.4 miles. And from my house to here is 0.8 miles, which means in the middle, that would be what, Harbor Place? Do you guys feel like this building is next to Harbor Place, or is that down the road a bit, right? And that my house would be the same distance as this building to Harbor Place, and I sure don't live right at the Inner Harbor. So I feel like the reason I moved to that particular house, and I've lived in South Baltimore for over 30 years, so I've seen all of the changes, and most of them are good, but it's like you don't expect to see 100 feet going up right behind your house in a neighborhood that you choose to live in after living in Area 9 and Federal Hill South and now in Otterbein and on the edge of Sharp Leadenhall and those buildings right there on Henrietta Street. Everything is low profile, everything is leafy and green, and it's beautiful. And you don't live in that area unless you want to be surrounded by something that seems more like a residential area. And so putting up a 100-foot building that looks right into my yard and my windows right now where there's sunlight just doesn't make sense. And there was another term that somebody used. A change in the character of the neighborhood. I can tell you that zoning this TOD4 would be a change in the character of the neighborhood because it's a bunch of just leafy green pathways and they're beautiful. And we don't need 165 units behind us. We have those vacant, I know they're vacant. At one of the meetings, they were talking about the occupancy rate. But recently, it might have been the New York Times or the Atlantic, was talking about occupancy rates can be manipulated because people take them off the market, the units, so then you have fewer units, so you can say, well, we're going to take off the entire fourth floor, and so that's 100 fewer apartments, and now we can say the occupancy rate is 80%, and we can raise the rents. That is apparently a common practice that's been under scrutiny, and so I feel like we have enough apartments and we don't need 165 units. So that's basically what I want to say. It's the height. It's not the fact that it is a beautiful building for the most part. And I love it there. I love living behind it. But I don't want to look up at 100 people looking down into my yard. Where in Federal Hill does that happen? Right? Directly into your yard. It's a low profile, leafy street, and it should stay that way because to change it would change the character of the neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holthouse. Are there any questions for this? Just again, Terry, I want to thank you for being engaged and showing up. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Taurine Gross Ojekwe. No, I probably need to spell it. I had no intentions on speaking today because as Mr. Costello knows, he and I have had heated discussions in a couple of the meetings. Today is not the day for this. I've been a resident of Sharp Leadenhall since 1980. I was 19 when I moved there. I have seen so many changes in this community. It has changed. I live directly across the street from the proposed building on Henrietta and Hanover. There was a debate about we're not being affected by this development when it's right on my street, right there, okay? The community has not had ample engagement. At the last minute, Ms. Bland Thomas had to throw a community meeting together to get some information. Half of Sharp Leadenhall had no idea of what was happening, okay? The building is too big, the proposed structure. We're used for 40 years, 43, to having a country feel. There's a lot that happens in Federal Hill that filters down on Henrietta Street because it is a service road, as they say. The trash, the fighting, the urination on the church across the street from me, the side of my neighbor's home, the flower pots. I'm tired of this, arguing all the time with disrespectful people. The developer keeps throwing at us a vibrant neighborhood. We don't want that. If it does become vibrant, let it be worth the while of the community. We do not have any smart development in the community, even with the small community center that's built next to Leadenhall Baptist Church. The community doesn't use that because of the engagement with that church, but that's a whole different story. After listening to everyone, and possibly that building can be zoned for a use that's industrial, a lot of my neighbors in Sharp Leaden Hall do not come to the meetings anymore because they have seen with all of the developments all over, that's not for us. You're gonna do it, they're gonna do it anyway, so we're not coming. That building, we have a lot of talent. We live in one of the oldest, if not the oldest in Baltimore, African-American communities. We have cousins of Frederick Douglass around the corner. That building was built in the 1800s. That's not historic. Okay, that donut thing, I have questions about how that occurred. That building would be really good if we could, after thinking about it and listening, could have maker spaces, training programs that will benefit a lot of the youth and talent that's in our community, because nothing that's been built in Sharp Leaden Hall has been for us. I do upholstery. I was in that building for a little bit working with one of the furniture owners who had a shop on Charles Street, just for a little bit to help sew. I would love, with grants, and I would love to have a training program in upholstery because it's a dying art. Especially, I attended the Caroline Center, and I learned upholstery from the Caroline Center. Things that we need in the community, that building would be excellent to have housed without these tall units for someone else to live. We added 1,000 more people into South Baltimore in the area where we live. They don't even say hello when they walk by. I would love to see, something's gonna be there, okay? But something that the community could use. Parking. I'm not talking about the Ravens games or the Orioles games. My neighbors, we have to sometime take up 2 spots to save for Mr. Johnson, who gets off at 7 p.m. The people who party in Federal Hill, all of that comes to Henrietta Street. We have 2 trash cans, 1 on each corner, nothing in between. We get out there and sweep. I stopped when COVID, but I just pick up a little, you know. We need smart development. We need consideration for other people. The parking, not only during the games or the weekends. As I see Henrietta Street changing, I have to schedule my day around hoping to get a parking space when I come home. They're talking about 1 spot per condo with the hopes of people using Uber, people walking, people catching a light rail. What about their guests? What about my guests and my neighbor's guests that can get their cars towed or ticketed? The planning committee, I hope in the future, will be a part in law by demanding to hear what the neighbors feel before anything is approved, developments and communities. Our way of life will be affected drastically. You can come down to my house and sit on the steps. I live 107 West Henrietta Street, have a glass of wine, and just watch what happens, what goes on. All these statistics and this, you have to be there. I covered parking. I covered the industrial. I didn't write anything because I wasn't going to speak. So I'm doing this organically. We oppose this height. If there was going to be an apartment complex, keep it on the level of the development, how the building is developed anyway. Okay, we're going to have to fight again some more with these new tenants because they said plus parking. At the second meeting that Betty had to hurry up and jumble together, I asked, because it wasn't answered in the first with the first meeting, but the second one, what is the plus parking? I was told 5. Okay. My dad, 85, thank God, still can drive. have to park all the way at the end of the block, which is near Sharp, and we're at the end of Sharp and Hanover. And he has a pacemaker, but he takes his time so he can come to his house that he purchased for his family back in 1980. This parking, when I go out, I have to limit, again, the time I spend out so I can find parking. It's very frustrating. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Question for you or somebody, is there residential permit parking in this neighborhood?
Yes, it is. And yes, it is. That's all I'm going to say about it, because I'm afraid that, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
There's, to Deputy Mayor Williams' question, there are, interestingly enough, 3 residential permit parking areas directly adjacent to this. Area 41, which is dedicated to Sharp Leadenhall, starts on Henrietta Street, which is one of the adjacent streets.
No, Area 8 starts on Henrietta Street.
Area 41 does. Area 8 is in Otterbein, and Area 9 is Federal Hill, which is directly on the east side of South Hanover Street. The Area 8 in Otterbein is on South Sharp Street, specifically on the east side, not where the swim club is, as well as what we refer to in the neighborhood as Little Montgomery, or the 100 block of West Montgomery Street.
So was Area 41 approved for Henrietta Street recently?
There is RPP Area 41 parking that is available on the 100 block of West Henrietta Street pardon me, ma'am, on the south side of the street.
Okay, I live on the west side, West Henrietta Street.
Henrietta Street runs east-west.
Yeah, right.
So
I
on
live-
the south
I live
side.
West Henrietta Street, and there is Area 8 parking.
There is Area 41 parking over there.
Right.
To bring it back to my question, well, just that the new multifamily would not be eligible for the RPP.
Correct. Per Article 31, subsection 10 of City Code, please look it up. Any new residential development with more than 4 units is not eligible to participate in RPP per the law.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sridhar Nimmagadda, last name Nimmagadda. I used to live at 800 Leadenhall Street until 1 year ago, but now I live 1 block away, 800 Sharp Street, still in Otterbein. So I'm a first-time home buyer, and I bought in Otterbein, Leadenhall area, because it's just the area, it's very diverse, as you have seen from the audience today who spoke today, youngsters, somewhat older people, of all different ages. And that is what really very nice about Otterbein area. And I keep hearing that there is really not going to be a huge impact on the neighborhood structure. If you have ever walked in Otterbein, just in the evening walk, you will notice that even a 5-story building would probably look like a very unique in that area. And if you have more than a 5-story building, it's pretty much going to look like a unicorn. And I don't think it is really necessary for us to really have that kind of huge structures in the area, considering that everything around is small houses. And we are not opposing for having an apartment building. We want to be engaged in this development. None of us here opposed to the development. We want to be more actively engaged. And one of the issues that we are actually learning, the differences between TODs and IMU, today, more than before when we had this discussion with the developer, tells a lot more about how much engagement we actually had before in this process. So that's one reason to really get this, I think, probably to say no on this decision-making process. And I understand that this council, or planning commission, perhaps, you're a recommending body, therefore you would make that decision. from what you hear today is that as a community, we have not been engaged. And what we are asking you and requesting you is that give us the time to work with them. And by saying yes, now we are actually creating a snowballing effect where we may have fewer options or even less voice at the city level to be able to bring forward or even put forward our arguments. This gives us more time to engage with the developer, to be able to probably even think about what other options we would have. And third one, that how it's going to impact us. Of course, having a 6-7 store building 10 feet or 20 feet behind your house, you can imagine how it would look like. And when there is every other house around is basically only 1 or 2 stories high. On top of that, it is adding 165 units, which is approximately 320 people to a neighborhood of probably less than 1,500 people at best. So you're increasing the percentage by 20-30% or so. And everybody would have, even like 25% of them would have dogs or so. So where are we going to really provide amenities for these people and their pets and everything else? And we have a lot of families with children live in the neighborhood. And they play on the streets. Already, actually, we are seeing quite a dramatic change in how the cars are going in Otterbein, and this is only going to make it worse. That is something to really consider. And finally, if for a hypothetical situation that sometime in the future, this apartment complex is going to bring a lot of money to the city, don't ignore the people who stay here and really love the city, love the neighborhood, and want to pay taxes and want to be engaged in this process. At least for that, you need to give us a consideration before moving this forward to the next level. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to apologize and correct myself in my remark to the previous speaker. The 100 block of West Henrietta on the south side is in fact Area 8. However, I would point out that as part of Area 8, that means the property is also signed for Area 8, which means residents on that block, including the resident that was speaking, are eligible to participate in Area 8 as one of 3 RPP areas out of the 51 in the city that are eligible for 2 visitor passes as opposed to 1. Sharp Leadenhall, Area 41, also happens to be one of those 3 areas based on a quick review of the parking management plan inventory from the Parking Authority. So I apologize for that mistake and wanted to correct it for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any questions for the speaker?
Thank you for the opportunity.
I have a question for Mr. Tiso. This was your case, right? Hard to remember, that was so long ago.
Yeah. Don't look at me, I'm just sitting next to him.
We are in the deliberation phase.
Let me just, public hearing is closed. Yes, we're in the deliberation phase.
So I noticed that the properties to the south of the site are zoned R7. Was R7 considered for this rezoning?
There's even lower density for R7.
I understand, but was...
If R8 was not viable for being lower density, R7 would be even lower. So no, I
understand.
Yeah.
So considering R7 and R8 are adjacent to the current site, why weren't those zones considered for rezoning?
They're substantially similar in use with differences in density. Perhaps it would have been better to look at both.
And a number of the residents asked why, were TOD 2 or 3 considered?
Yes. And I tried to speak to this. I know it went fast, and I wanted to make sure that the chart was legible. TOD 1 and 2 are lower in height. That's the 60-foot height that I mentioned being the same as what's in IMU 1. 3 and 4 go to the 100 or higher by conditional use. So that's the height difference. 1 and 3 are the lower intensity uses. 2 and 4 are the higher intensity uses. So you can mix and match if you want low and less intense, or low and high intensity, high and low intensity, high and high intensity. You've got that range. So if we were to choose any of those, 1, 2, or 3, TOD1 has 300 square feet per lot area, which is the same as IMU1. So there's no difference in density there. There's no difference in height there. So if you're going to do that, if you're interested only in height, you might as well just go to the variance for I did the math earlier, it's like a 26, nearly 30% lot area variance. Or height, lot area variance for the density, and a height variance on top of that. There's no net difference other than uses. So at that point, we would probably say, unless a use is a critical issue, stay with what's there.
I'm asking you to work within the same framework that we've been asked to work within, which is to consider this only as a zoning issue and absent of any project considerations.
No, I am.
So all those comments about, TOD was preferable because of height, because of intensity, preferable to who, and were the community asked those questions?
So I'm analyzing the zoning. I'm not the community planner, so I'm not party to those direct conversations. My job is to look at what the differences are. If we're going to rezone it, is the requested rezoning reasonable? Does it meet the standards? And if we're not sure that it is there an alternate? That's what we do. So that's why I was trying to go through those. If you pick TOD 1, 2, or 3, there's no substantial net difference unless you're only looking at the additional uses that are permitted in TOD 2 that are not available in the others. So to have any net increase being that proximate to the light rail, it lands on TOD 4, which is remarkably consistent with the node we have almost equidistant further to the south. And that's how we ended up at, that was my analysis of how I ended up at this point.
Real quickly, if I can, interrupt you. Did you come up with a TOD 4, or did the applicant in their rezoning petition ask for TOD 4?
Well, the applicant asked for it, but my job is to validate it and make a recommendation.
I appreciate that. It's not like somebody came to you and said, hey, listen, I want to rezone this property. What do you think I ought to rezone it to? Somebody came to you and said, we would like to rezone this property to TOD 4, and you had to do an analysis of TOD 4 compared to the IM.
Right. And I will also say, I mean, if asked, we'll gladly offer our opinion. That didn't happen in this case. And also earlier, somebody did mention, planning only ever gets into it after something has been pushed in front of them. We do actually look sometimes and recommend additional properties. My colleague sitting right beside me here, Matt, has actually proposed proactively rezoning. So just to defend our own reputation, it's not just reaction.
I agree. When you came up with the IMU 1, IMU 2, and the designation, so I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'll stop. I suspect that you understand what I'm driving at. It just not specific to this proposal, but the process seems to be the tail wagging the dog a bit. And the community seems to be detrimentally affected because there's not a valid opportunity for them to have input on this zoning decision. The decision will be made one way or the other, and then there will be an opportunity for the community to weigh in on the design. But at that point, height will be allowed by right, setbacks will be allowed by right. So as one of the community members said, all their leverage goes away. And I mean, who said that anybody wants transit-oriented development here? Does the master plan say that? Did the community say that? I'm just not sure if it's not to facilitate the project that is being proposed, then what are we trying to accomplish here? We've got a building that is in productive use. I don't see, we even have an existing zoning that allows multifamily redevelopment. So it's not clear to me what problem we're solving.
Unfortunately, the reality is, I don't think we're trying to solve the problem. I think what we're trying to do is, somebody's come before us and petitioned for a modification in zoning, and we have to address it.
I'd counter that the threshold of a mistake or change does say that we should be solving a problem, that we shouldn't just be changing zoning arbitrarily or at a whim, only with good cause. I think that's the entire, so that's what I'm struggling with.
I think the standards set forth in the land use article, which are cited in the staff report, give the guidance and the roadmap to what we should be considering. So threshold decision is change or mistake. Then, if you find there is a change, what does that mean? What zoning should we consider? And that's when the standards come in. Maybe go to the slide, if you have that, Mr. Tiso. The slide with the factors.
Population change and
Existing uses in the general area, property in question. So I think for discussion purposes as a commission.
Yeah.
We should look at change, mistake, and then
Yeah, I agree with
move to the,
Mr. Williams' analysis. That's exactly what we should do.
So you think we go through the change and mistake,
As a
and then we come back in and we say,
Only
okay,
if there's a change of mistake, then you decide whether TOD4 is appropriate using these other findings. And we need to find facts and make conclusions in that order, is the way I would see it. Or at least make findings of fact and then make the conclusions consistent with those findings of fact. Which I've written down if anyone would like to hear what things that I were thinking were facts that I found important, but I'll leave that to you.
I'd never,
Which is why I asked the question earlier, or I asked planning to answer the question. It's really important to me that we do change or mistake as a threshold and not just go straight into this analysis before we did that.
see, to me, the only analysis is change or mistake.
Well, you change your mistake just says, can we rezone it, I think? And then we go to, okay, if there is it consistent with the plan, the needs of the city, the neighborhood? Is TOD4 the right one? Population, look, now what else are we looking at? I think that, at least that's the way I see it.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, so are there any other questions, deliberations, discussions before I think Tom would like to read some of the facts behind his?
Mr. Chair, if I may add one, just to talk, I think to maybe partly address your concern. When there's a legislative authorization, meaning a city council bill introduced, we have 60 days to respond. Under the prior code, it was 100 days. And after that 60 days, council can move on with or without us. It's a little bit different for rezonings because they really do need our input, but committee hearings get scheduled whether we're ready or not. So as a factor bearing on the problem, at the time that a bill is introduced, and that's at the request of the applicant, I personally can't control that. There's a fairly short programmatic time in which we can do our evaluation and work with them. If that time limit was not a concern, then we could have that luxury to do the extra outreach with specifics in hand. But unfortunately, that's not the process we have. So that's a limitation on us.
I'm going to give a shot at some facts that I think are important, and people can decide if they would like to incorporate those facts or add or modify or subtract, and whether they might help us reach a conclusion. I would start by saying that while I've heard a lot about community outreach, I found, I think it was important, Mr. Costello has indicated that he's been personally involved with a lot of community outreach around this general situation, and that there has been outreach, and that the community has been engaged. Whether it was around zoning or not, I'm not entirely sure, but I think from an outreach perspective, there has been significant efforts. I'd like to add some facts. First of all, we've had a 3-hour hearing, I think, and we've considered this in great depth. I will say personally that I came into this with a lot of questions and unsure, but I think we've gotten a lot of information in the process.
Excuse me, ma'am. Thank you.
I also would say it would be helpful in the future if we could have recommended findings of facts and conclusions of law, because it's hard to do this on the fly. There's TOD down the street, it's TOD 4. That's important to me. I think that's an important observation. We looked at a lot of pictures and we looked at a lot of aerials of the neighborhood, not just in the public part, but just as we went along through here. There are multiple buildings that are close to 100 feet in height. There's density of the nature that we were talking about in other places in the neighborhood. This particular parcel is already zoned IMU, which is unique and different than the rest of the neighborhood. I'd actually argue that had we tried to make this IMU, it would have actually been harder than to make it TOD 4, because there's almost no other IMUs around if it was being done on a mistake, whereas there's a number of TOD 4s in the range of this property, which is a unique property that sticks out as a separate kind of zoning, with the rest being R7. I think that's a very important fact on the question of spot zoning that we addressed earlier. This was an industrial building for a long time and not residential. But that industry has largely left the area. It was intended to be addressed by IMU in 2017. However, IMU, as we've noted in 2019, is an imperfect system. And we even modified IMU, and there's still things about IMU that is perhaps not functioning as intended by the legislature and the city zoning for the purpose of encouraging redevelopment. And the TOD 4 seems to be working for the purposes of redevelopment in the area and has been in other contexts. With that, I don't know if I've captured all the facts, but there's a lot in the. One major fact as well is the staff presented us with the differences between the current IMU use and the TOD 4, and although there is an increase in density, it is not super significant over the existing available density in the IMU, were the developer to maximize its permitted by right use, and it could be even more if they sought a variance. For these reasons, as a matter of zoning, I believe, and I believe all these facts could lead the commission, if they agree with me, to say that this is both a mistake to make it IMU and for the reasons that the chairman indicated earlier, and the general idea of a mistake, not that anyone did anything wrong, but the way the mistake is under Maryland law. And also that it's a change in the character of the neighborhood, because industrial is so few, and so many of these industrial sites near the football stadium have really been converted at this point to mostly residential in many respects. There's probably some limited left, but it is moving in that direction. So with all of those findings of fact and the conclusions of law that it's both a change and a mistake, and that TOD 4 is consistent with the plan, the needs of the city, the needs of the particular neighborhood, we also heard about population changes, significant more residential in the area, and the other specific factors in the zoning analysis that have been discussed, and people can add more if they like. I feel comfortable and would be prepared to move that this be approved on that basis, and if anyone else has anything to add, or if they wish to adopt that, I would appreciate it.
I don't believe it was.
It is. It is a finding of fact, a conclusion of law for
the staff report too.
Yeah, and I also recommend that we adopt the staff report, but I wanted to make sure we were robust in our deliberation, and I would hope that the commission, were they to agree with me in this motion, they would also adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law, so that were someone to look at this case in the future, they would have the requisite information they need to make an informed analysis of our decision and not send it back to us.
Can I say?
I'm not sure if this is a fact or an opinion, but there's been a lot of focus on the I in IMU and not the MU. When IMU, industrial mixed use, And as I said before, transitioning from industrial to mixed use. I think that this parcel makes a lot of sense as a mixed-use development, which is exactly what's being proposed. So save for a discrepancy of maybe 10 feet in the building height, the zoning does nearly allows this project, which means that a project like this was likely envisioned as a future application of IMU when that zoning was applied. So I don't feel that it was a mistake. I feel that this is exactly in line with what was probably anticipated with an IMU application.
I don't have a comment regarding the findings of fact. I just wanted to just follow up on Eric Stevenson's point earlier about community engagement, because I don't want us to kind of slip it under the rug. I just want, don't want to put forward a motion. I just want this to be on record. I know we need to focus on the rezoning proposal. I get that. But I do think there's some lessons learned that we can learn through this process in terms of when rezonings like this are happening and outreach, particularly with planning for community. And so I don't know if we need to be more intentional with our outreach when it comes to certain projects, certain zoning, but I think there is a disconnect in terms of what our feelings are in terms of the outreach we did and hearing just the community's presentations and multiple, hearing sort of the same themes. So just want to say that minimally we can just look at some of the lessons in terms of how we can do that. But I thought you raised a good idea about how some areas are doing in terms of the citizen guide to zoning and things like that. So just wanted to say that, just in terms of being more intentional about community engagement in certain rezoning.
So I would agree with you and Commissioner Stevenson 100% in terms of the engagement with the community. I think it is a city council-led process that we are a commenter on. I would strongly recommend that we write whether it's a letter to the council saying, okay, here's the existing process. Based on our experience, we think that we should, that you should require X, Y, and Z as part of this process so that when it comes to us, we don't have the situations that we've had in the past. It may add some time to the process, that be what it is. It's actually, in my experience, a relatively quick process compared to other jurisdictions. So, and hopefully that would address a lot of the comments we've heard today, which is there's not active community participation on the zoning case. So with that, do we have a motion?
I want to yes, I will move approval on and include the findings and facts that I made with the one addition that the equity analysis was discussed, and I also would find that was not implicated in this instance because we're just moving from IMU2 to TOD in a particular neighborhood of a particular character. It doesn't make a change of a material nature. With that, I move approval of the rezoning or the recommendation of approval based on those findings, the facts, and conclusion of law.
To TOD4.
To TOD4.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion second. Mr. Secretary, call roll.
Victor Clark. Marsha Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Mr. Chairman, if I can explain my vote, please. Is that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for dedicating 2 hours and 45 minutes to this matter. This is obviously a very important matter to the constituents and neighborhoods that I represent. So I appreciate everyone on the commission's time and due diligence today. I also want to thank planning staff for putting an incredible amount of effort into this bill report. For those of you who are here just for this matter, this is not an anomaly. This is the level of work that the planning department produces on a regular basis for this commission. So it goes without saying that that is incredibly appreciated. I also want to thank everyone who took time out of their busy schedules today to show up, voice your concerns with this. I want to be very clear that in my mind, the community outreach process has not concluded. There is more outreach to be done as we go through this process. I've laid out that expectation for the developer, and I know today, as many of you have heard and many folks have learned for the first time, the legal scope of what we're here to do today is to determine if the rezoning request is in fact legal and appropriately justified according to Maryland law. That being said, in the larger picture of what happens to this property, I want you to know that I remain committed to a robust community outreach process. I have to leave in a moment, Mr. Chair, because I'm about to chair a 5-hour hearing starting at 5 p.m. on what happens to the city-owned conduit system and whether or not it's appropriate to engage in a $134 million arrangement with BGE. In the meantime, for anyone who does not have my contact information, I brought a stack of business cards, and for anyone who wants one, I will hand one of those to you on the way out and would ask you to please stay in touch and please stay engaged on this. It is community feedback that I believe has made what had been proposed for this site, separate from what we're looking at today, a stronger project and something that will have a greater benefit on the community and will hopefully mitigate any negative impacts associated with those redevelopment plans. So with that, I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Approve with the note in terms of the importance of community engagement, which I stated earlier.
Approve. Eric Stevenson.
Opposed.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Sean Davis.
Approve. So the motion carries 7-1. It's out of here and it's on to back to the city council. It's now 4:20 and we have several additional agenda items, including our next agenda item, number 8.
Quick, number 8 is final 2 items, final subdivision and development plan for 3600 through 3700 Boston Street, also known as Avalon Bay, Brewers Hill in the 1st Councilmatic District, as well as a minor change in final design approval for Brewers Hill PUD number 104 at 3600 to 3700 Boston Street, also known as Avalon Bay, Brewers Hill. Matt DeSantis will present.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Now that we're adequately warmed up,
It's too late for comments.
let me start from the beginning here.
Are we going to be able to get through this?
Yeah, so as Director Ryder mentioned, this item is double loaded. We will be seeking an action on the subdivision request and also a minor change in final design approval within the Brewers Hill PUD. The petitioner is Kimley Horn Associates. There are multiple owners of the parcels. This is located in our outer southeast planning district, of which I have the pleasure of being the community planner. So I'm sure everyone is familiar. Which of these? Well, the pointer isn't working. But Boston Street is running left to right through the middle of the screen. I think I put. So here we go. Here, this is a rough outline of the site in question. It's approximately. It's just over 6 acres in size. So zoomed in a little bit more. So the site's comprised of this is at the southern end of the Brewers Hill PUD. The bottle building is the building in the top corner of the pointer's not. Eric, which do I point at? The middle one?
It's the middle one.
It's not working. Anyways, the building on the site, the bottle building, surface parking, and a stormwater management facility. So this is the existing conditions plan I don't know if this will, here we go. So you can see that the site's comprised of 5 different parcels. The subdivision request will simplify the site. It will basically split it into 2 main parcels. This the left side is the existing bottle building. The parking lot is going to be reconfigured. This parcel on the right will facilitate the construction of the multifamily building. And then there is one teeny little leftover orphaned parcel up here. Long story short, it's within the existing right-of-way because of complications with ownership. It's currently owned by the Brewers Hill master developer. They will retain ownership. It will stay as part of the right-of-way. So it's odd, but it doesn't run afoul of any subdivision standards. The development plan. Let me run through some notes. So this dashed line, and I'll come back to this a bit later to focus on the PUD action. This dashed line represents the existing boundary of the Brewers Hill PUD. So what that means is about 2/3 or so of the building, or half the building, is within the PUD. So this portion of the building up here is within the PUD. This down here along Boston Street is within the PUD. But this portion in the middle is not within the PUD. I'll circle back to those PUD details later. The site plan review committee reviewed this project back in September of last year. It issued an approval of December. I want to highlight the Baltimore Greenway Trail runs adjacent to the site. So this existing wide sidewalk was constructed as a part of the Collective at Canton, earlier phases of the Collective at Canton project. And so this development will be widening the sidewalk for the next portion of the Greenway Trail. There'll be a 10-foot wide sidewalk with a 4-foot wide planting buffer. And a quick note on zoning considerations. So as I mentioned, part of the site is within the PUD. The part that is not within the PUD required a height variance. The overall height of the building is proposed to be 87 feet 2 inches tall. A variance was previously obtained, but some slight revisions to the plans will necessitate a return to the BMZA, but it's well within the PUD height approvals. Let's see, trying to move quickly through this. The landscape plan. So the site is subject to forest conservation requirements for the. But also the portions of the site that are within the PUD are subject to the overall master plan, forest conservation master plan for the PUD. There'll be a total of 63 new shade trees installed as part of the project. The design review, the project went through the UDEC panel several times. Where we are. The overall, so the building is will be 7 stories tall, contain 401 dwelling units. The parking garage will have 404 parking spaces for the dwelling units, and then an additional 130 parking spaces for adjacent office and commercial uses. There'll also be 107 long-term bicycle parking spaces. This is. This particular, so this is the south elevation facing Boston. So the PUD consideration. This is an outline of the Brewers Hill PUD. You can see that this dashed line, and it's all of this through here. So this building, Alta Brewers Hill, it will be known as, is the last significant undeveloped portion of the PUD. The other sheets as part of the PUD submission are exactly the same as the development plan set for the subdivision. So I want to run through briefly the PUD major and minor change standards. So there are no changes to the overall number of approved dwelling units. The PUD in general permits 1,515 dwelling units. 261 of these new units will be within the PUD. That brings the number to 1,406, so it's within the PUD maximum. The PUD permits a maximum building height of 257 feet above sea level. This new building will be 123 feet 2 inches above sea level, so it's within that what's permitted. There's no change to type, location, arrangement of land use within the PUD. So the approved development plan for the PUD permits construction of new buildings subject to this Planning Commission review and approval. There are no changes to the boundaries of the PUD. This proposes no decrease in public open space, and the uses proposed here comply with the PUD master plan. Briefly on our staff's equity analysis, we're going to short long-term impact on the surrounding community. These 404 new dwelling units will add to the several thousand that have been built in the neighborhood over the past decade. As I mentioned, this is the last large undeveloped parcel within the PUD. Regarding impact on Baltimore's existing patterns of inequity, so that this development, it's I think it's safe to say that it is a positive development for the neighborhood and for the overall health of the city. I think it is also fair to point out that this highlights again one particular persistent pattern of inequity in that certain Baltimore City neighborhoods tend to see high levels of private investment than other less resourced neighborhoods. Doesn't make this particular application good or bad. It's just, it's fair to acknowledge this reality. Regarding engagement, the Brewers Hill master developer has established a very strong relationship with the Brewers Hill Neighbors Association and communicates with them regularly. Historically excluded residents, this community wouldn't typically be thought of as a historically excluded community. Staff expects no impacts on internal operations. So as I mentioned, Brewers Hill Neighbors and also Kane Community Association, since it's nearby, have been notified of the applications. Site's been posted in accordance with Planning Commission guidelines. Staff is recommending approval. So it's, again, two separate actions, one for the minor subdivision request, and then a second one for the minor change final design approval. Happy to answer any questions. How did I do? Okay. Great.
All right. Questions? Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Commissioner Clark?
Oh, no questions.
No questions.
No questions. It's a great comment, or just a comment about how great it is to see the Greenway Trail starting to get built by private investment. And I'm looking at the landscape plan. I see the extra wide sidewalk and pavers, and so I appreciate the investment in the city and to making this Greenway Trail come to fruition.
Yep. Lots of great collaboration between planning staff and the development team in making changes and tweaks to the plan. So definitely want to thank them for partnering with us.
It's not a truck route, is it?
No, it is not.
I might have missed it, but I was hoping to, there's a line in the map that goes right through the middle, and I was wondering if that was the green trail on.
Here, this one? So, yeah, I mean,
it's there.
This PUD master plan doesn't point it out, but this portion is adjacent to the site. It exists. This portion just recently opened as part of this.
Is that dotted line the trail?
No, that's a coincidence.
Oh. Okay.
But the trail comes this way.
Comes down Boston, goes up, crosses over here.
Yep.
That's constructed with the Lucy.
Oh, that's
This is
true.
constructed with Camp Collective.
Mhm.
This is gonna be constructed with this.
And I think I mentioned in the staff report, but now there is, so with all of this portion either being constructed or to be constructed privately with this project, there's a 4-block stretch between Conklin and Canton Waterfront Park, which City DOT with other partners has been advancing. I think they have recently advanced past 30% designs. I think they're getting close to actually building that section. So in the near future, we'll be able to get all the way from O'Donnell Street all the way down through the waterfront promenade.
Okay, I'm good.
Get from O'Donnell down to the waterfront promenade.
Well, safely when we do it safely.
Necessarily.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Any other questions? I have no questions. Thank you very much, Mr. DeSantis. Thank you. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak on this agenda item?
Only a few questions for the developer.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Any questions or comments or deliberations amongst the commission? We have 2 separate actions here. The first is a subdivision recommendation, and then the second is a final minor change and final design approval for the building.
I recommend we accept staff's report as to the extent we need findings of facts and conclusions of law, and approve and accept staff's recommendation as well.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion second, and Mr. Secretary.
Victor Clark. Approve. Marcia Collins.
We're voting on the subdivision recommendation or both?
Both.
Approve.
Actually, you know what? Let's just perfect the record. Let's go through the subdivision first, then come back, okay? So, Tom, would you like to address the subdivision first? Just
Yes. I don't know which facts go to which, but we'll just say the facts are for both, but the first motion is for the subdivision recommendation approval.
And second?
Second.
Okay.
Victor Clark. Approve. Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Previs.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve. Now, minor change, final design approval.
Move approval, minor change, final design approval on the same staff report and facts.
Second?
Second.
You.
Victor Clark. Approve. Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Tom Previs.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approved.
Sean Davis.
Approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next agenda item, number 7.
Next agenda item is actually number 9. City Council Bill number 22-0323, zoning conditional use parking lot at 3618 and 3620 Elm Avenue in the 14th District. Martin French will present.
Tom. Mr. French, good to see you.
Yes, thank you. I want to say as a personal thing before I start, it was very interesting to hear the presentation in the briefing session about the Stony Run and Wyman Park. That's what inspired me to get interested in our city planning and urban planning 50 years ago. So on we go. Okay. The item before you is a city council bill to authorize a conditional use parking lot at 3618 and 3620 Elm Avenue. It would be an open-air surface parking lot, as outlined in red on an accompanying plat, with a special effective date. The petitioner is Councilmember Ramos, at the request of Wonder Dog Enterprises LLC, which is represented by David Wells, who is also the owner of the properties in question. This is the North Planning District. Marie McSweeney Anderson is the community planner. This is the plat map, which shows the property outlined in red, or the site, I should say, the 2 properties side by side. They're a pair of semi-detached houses built together. Each lot is essentially, 18 feet wide by 162.5 feet deep, fronting on Elm Avenue with a 10-foot alley to the rear. This is an aerial view of the property itself in its present condition. As you can see, the houses are at the front along Elm Avenue, which is to your right as you look at this picture. The parking lot just south of this property is associated with the businesses along the avenue or 36th Street in Hamden. This is the view looking from the avenue towards the property. And as you can see, it's almost part of the commercial district of Hamden, but it is not part of it. And in fact, the Hamden Business Area Urban Renewal Plan boundary runs right along the south boundary of 3618. This is a view of the property as seen from across the street. Again, as you can see, it's a duplex house built, and these properties were acquired separately about 4 years apart by the owner of the business across the street, which if you look at the top left, you'll see the awnings that are at the front of the business, which proposes to have these houses removed and use the space as an off-street parking lot. This is the plan which was prepared by the engineer on behalf of the owner, and this plan is being reviewed by Planning Department staff. It would be a one-way in parking lot from Elm, and traffic would then exit into the alley. And still to be negotiated with the Department of Transportation is whether they would be directed to the north towards 37th Street or to the south towards 36th Street upon exiting the alley. There would be 10 off-street parking spaces provided here. There would be landscaping required on both sides, and because of the slope of the land, there would be drainage towards the south side. This, being an area of disturbance of over 5,000 square feet, requires stormwater management to be on site. In order to approve this conditional use, it's necessary for findings to be made, and these are the findings. In the staff report, which you have before you, you will see Planning Department staff's analysis of these findings. It is the recommendation of staff that the commission find that the required findings are in fact met in order to authorize the use of this property as an off-street parking lot. In addition, there are separate backup findings, if you want to call them that are also required to be made. And Planning Department staff, having analyzed this property and its proximity to other uses, has determined that this use would not be injurious to this immediate area, and therefore the criteria specified on this list would also be satisfied. In terms of equity questions, there would be no particular changes to the quality of life in this community which would result if this bill was not approved. Removal of the houses on site would provide additional off-street parking resources in an area that has a high demand for on-street parking. There would be no change to existing patterns of inequity that persist in Baltimore. The Community Association is well aware of this proposal, and staff note that Hamden Historic District residents and Hamden merchants have not been historically excluded from planning processes, including this one. There would be no effect on the internal operations of the Planning Department itself. The notifications were sent by this department to the Hamden Community Council and Hamden Village Merchants Association. The site was posted in accordance with Planning Commission guidelines. As you can see, we have a record of the postings provided by the applicant. And there have been letters and email messages received in response to the notification of people about this, either by means of the posting of the site or by means of the electronic message that there would be a hearing today about this. Two things for the benefit of all concerned. This is part of the Hamden National Register Historic District, and National Register Historic District designation does not prevent demolition of property. So this could be a vacant lot, whether or not this becomes an off-street parking area. There is nothing to prevent the demolition of the houses or building that is on 3618 and 3620 at the present time under the Hamden National Register Historic District designation. Planning staff certainly consider it perhaps an unfortunate thing that housing might give way to an off-street parking space provider. but that is something for the commission and the city council to weigh. The second thing is Councilmember Ramos, who had to leave to go to another meeting, which I believe is also being attended by Councilman Costello, asked me to read this into the record on her behalf. To the chair and commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide support for City Council Bill 22-0323, conditional use parking lot, 3618 and 3620 Elm Avenue. The owner of the Wine Source, a very reputable business in the heart of Hampden, has requested these two properties have a conditional use for parking. They are currently zoned R6. The spaces will be a surface parking lot for the multitude of customers that come to enjoy the products and hospitality at the Wine Source. The Wine Source current parking lot is likely being taken away from them. This is a very popular spot, and Hampden has parking pressure in the entire neighborhood. Adding more parking cars on the street when the lot is taken away will add to the parking pressure in the area. While it is unfortunate to have to demolish two homes for parking, these homes are in bad condition, in fact condemned, and would take significant resources to rehabilitate into single or multifamily homes. I look forward to continuing to work on our multiple initiatives to housing elsewhere in the neighborhood and in several parts of my district that need it most. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to your support. And it's signed, Odette Ramos, Baltimore City Council, District 14. And with that, planning staff is recommending that the commission adopt the findings of fact that are contained in the staff report concerning the conditional use, also adopt the equity analysis that's contained in our staff report, and vote to recommend approval of this bill to the City Council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Questions for Martin?
I'll talk as quickly as possible. All right, you mentioned DOT is looking at the north versus south. My question is, has DOT weighed in on the traffic in the alley? And so it sounds like they're in the process of that. We don't have maybe the benefit of that feedback.
We do not have the benefit of that. I would guess that they will provide a full report at the City Council committee hearing on this bill.
In Councilwoman Ramos's letter, and I believe in the staff report as well, it's been stated that the residents of Elm Street will be beneficiaries of this because of the reduced pressure on on-street parking. Are there any residents here, or have we received any letters from neighbor residents on that block that are in favor of this?
We've received numerous messages. I believe we've had a total of 7 or 8, but I don't know if all of them have identified their addresses. And I believe your Wix page may show you those letters
I
or
see
email
a
messages.
number of letters in opposition.
Yeah, exactly. But I have not seen anything specifically referencing a person's address.
Okay. And lastly, your staff report states, which you referred to, the National Historic Register. You say that the two structures do contribute to the historic district, but then you go on to say the proposed use would not adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. How do you reconcile those two statements?
It's a matter of the relative size of this parking lot in relation to the larger context of the Hampden National Register Historic District, quite frankly. The second thing is this particular location is immediately adjacent to the designated business district, the Hampden business area that's in the urban renewal plan. It's entirely, in fact, the property across the street, which has acquired that, this site, is part of that business district. So had this property been under the ownership of the owner across the street at the time that that urban renewal plan map was being prepared, it's entirely possible this would have been designated as part of the business area as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Other questions for Mr. Martin? Yes, Commissioner Collins.
Martin, could you just confirm, I wanted to follow up on something that Eric brought up, Commissioner Stevenson brought up. The issue for DOT is not whether the vehicles can exit into the alleyway, it's whether they are to exit and go either south to 36th Street or north to,
37.
what's, yeah.
Yes,
Correct?
that's correct. The alley is only
But they're
10
not
feet wide.
objecting to them. In fact, they're recommending, if I understood the report, that it's one way in and another way out, and they're fine with it being in the alley. It's just whatever direction they ultimately decide to send them.
The properties 36, 18, and 20 currently have parking facilities in the rear for the houses, 2 garages, I believe. So the alley has been used for the purpose of, moving vehicles away from a parking space.
Okay, and I want to thank you for reading Councilwoman Ramos' statement. I appreciated that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mr. French?
Mr. Chair, the Councilwoman Ramos' letter mentioned they were losing their existing parking. Do you have more information on that?
I do not. However, I believe there is a representative for the applicant in the room, and that person might be able to answer that. You're welcome.
Anyone else here who would like to speak? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Jennifer Langford with Terra Group. I am the owner rep for the Wine Source, and I promise to also be very quick. In regards to DOT, in regards to the questions in regards to the alley, we've had ongoing conversations in the letters that we have received, and I've communicated with residents. The alley is approximately 10 feet. The alley does go both run north and south, 36th and 37th. We have no preference in regards to whether it exits on 36th or on 37th. Councilman Ramos did say she will work with DOT as well as the community in picking which way you will be exiting when you leave that lot. The other is in regards to the existing parking. We have parking in front of the Wine Source. However, we have been leasing spaces from Bank of America, which has sunsetted. We have been told that it could be on a day-by-day or a month-by-month basis. So the additional spaces that we have been leasing will be of no use to us. Any other questions? Any site questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, if you'd like to speak, come on up, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joshua Spokes. I live at 3440 Seneca Street, across the Jones Falls Expressway in Woodbury. Today I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. I moved back to Baltimore recently, and when my girlfriend and I chose this area, we chose it because we have access to light rail to the Jones Falls Trail and a lot of other transportation infrastructure. And even with all of these benefits, I do own a car and have driven to Wine Source multiple times. I knew about this last week. I decided to park on the street, parallel park on Elm, and I walked about a half block to get to Wine Source. Didn't have any issues, but I do understand why this lot has been proposed because it's a very popular store, very well liked in the area. The reasons I'm against this bill are for 2 major reasons. I'm worried because every building that's been torn down for a road or a parking lot over the past 60 years leaves a hole in both the built environment of our city and the city's balance sheet. Speaking specifically to the balance sheet, with regards to the financial aspects of what would happen here, certain types of properties contribute significantly less to the city's tax base, and parking lots are of particular concern. So speaking specifically to this example, in Hampton and along Elm Street, the average of the row homes that are along Elm Street, not including the buildings that abut 36th and Wine Source itself, the townhomes contribute about $3.5 million per acre on average to the city's tax base. So that's along the whole set of that block. These 2 buildings specifically contribute about $2.5 million per acre. The Bank of America, where the lot where the Bank of America is and where the current parking for the Wine Source is, contributes only $1.25 million per acre. And so the creation of parking lots reduces the amount of tax base that the city has in general. And so my concern is that the continual replacement of buildings with parking lots and these roads reduce the tax base and contribute to the higher overall property taxes that we see in the city. And then in addition to the financial considerations, we have to consider our built environment. My concern here isn't with necessarily the demolition of one building, but with what the continual demolition of homes and businesses for personal vehicles has brought into the city. Baltimore already has the scars of freeways carved through neighborhoods and along potential natural spaces like the Jones Falls Expressway. Parking lots add more curb cuts that create conflict zones with pedestrians, and they also add to urban heat islands, which increase the heat in the summer, and as we know, the world's getting warmer very rapidly. And while this is on a small scale, I do wonder what precedent a variance like this sets for other businesses to potentially purchase nearby homes and create parking lots. Businesses always need people to succeed, not necessarily cars. And ensuring safe pedestrian and bicycle traffic, in addition to ample housing, does more to contribute to the success of businesses in the city than adding more parking. With less space being used to store and transport cars, we have more space for people and a more conducive environment for them to shop in and enjoy. So this lot is an acute need that the community and businesses in the area want, and I understand why. It's a fantastic establishment that's been in the area since long before me. And from what I've heard, they're a model employer. One parking lot isn't necessarily going to demolish the tax base and deter pedestrian traffic in this area, but I feel like it does push the area in the wrong direction by placing an acute need over the need to move away from car dependency because of the realities of climate change, and also simply because it's better for business for more people to be able to fit into the area. Hamden's resilience as a place that people love to be doesn't come from its accessibility by car. It's an adaptable space with lots of relatively small, flexible commercial spaces, and it's a unique place in the city, and any small business would be lucky to be on this strip because of its density and walkability, and not in spite of it. Leading into these attributes would just strengthen the area further, and moving towards a less car-dependent future in Baltimore is going to take time. But approving a variance and allowing this lot is just going to push us in the wrong direction, in my opinion, and I would like to see that not happen. I like being able to walk to places like the Wine Source and feel safe and not have to worry about cars that are cutting onto the parking lot, onto the sidewalk, excuse me. Yeah, and then I'd like to enter into the record that if the Planning Commission chooses to vote favorably, it would be really great to see a crosswalk with curb ramps that people can safely cross, because this is a mid-block parking lot. And then the other thing is dedicated bike parking spots near the business, because currently there are none, and it is in relative proximity to the Roland Avenue bike lane, which is a pretty significant bike boulevard, in addition to the Jones Falls Trail. Yeah, so thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you very much for your letter.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for the speaker?
Thank you. I thought that testimony was exceptional.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, close the public record. Any questions, comments, deliberations from the commission?
If I may ask a question, maybe a Mr. French question, I asked this earlier, but I don't understand if this is a conditional use in a traditional sense or conditional use by ordinance, and whether we're recommending or final, because if it's a traditional, yeah, do you know?
Correct me if I'm right, or if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm right there, but there's only conditional uses by ordinance or conditional uses that are brought to the BMCA, right? It's either
Yes.
BMCA
All right.
or it's ordinance.
So this is ordinance then?
Yes, that's correct. It's by
All
ordinance.
right. That's part of the reason I was confused. I thought, it didn't say by ordinance, so I thought, why are we even hearing this? But okay, by ordinance, I got it, thank you.
And the other thing I'd like to comment, there are no variances involved with this particular request.
Just a conditional use by ordinance.
Just a conditional use.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm on that page now.
Are there any other questions or comments from Mr. French?
I would,
Motions? Do you have a motion?
I would move approval. Obviously, I don't like conditional by ordinance, but we're not going to get into that today. So I move approval based on and that we adopt the findings of fact of the staff report, adopt the equity analysis in the staff report, and recommend approval of the bill.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Victor Clark,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Talib Horn,
Approve.
Tom Priebus, Justin Williams,
Approving, and then in addition to the reasons stated by Commissioner Priebus, by applying the Schultz v. Pritt standard, I find a compelling reason to approve.
All that lawyer stuff.
Derek Stevenson,
Approve, and I'd only like to add that I'm interested in seeing the final DOT recommendations, and I hope that DOT will look at pedestrian safety on Elm as well as the traffic in the alley as part of their evaluation.
We'll be taking that up in the site plan review process.
And Sean Davis.
I also approve, and I would recommend that you, take in Mr. Spoke's comments to the commission during the site plan and approval process of the parking lot. All right, so we're going to make a change in the agenda. Okay, we have a time-sensitive issue because we have some consultants from out of town who are going to need to get on a train in a relatively short period of time. So we are bumping, much to the Insulator Drive subdivision applicants, we are bumping you one back, and we're going to put the Reimagine Middle Branch next, and then we'll obviously get to the Insulator Drive. I know you guys have been patient, but unfortunately, we've got a very time-sensitive issue. So with that, I turn it over to the Reimagine Middle Branch team, and we'll come back to Insulator Drive immediately thereafter. Okay?
This is a plan acceptance for the Reimagine Middle Branch plan in the 10th Councilmatic District. Jasmine Kimball will present.
And there goes live. Okay. Hi, hello. I'm here for the adoption of the Reimagine Middle Branch. I have here with me other members of the project team, members from the mayor's office, Ethan Cohen. I'm sorry, my brain. I know your name. It's been a very long day, so please excuse me.
Tell me about it.
What, Chris Firehawk, I'm sorry. Then we have members from SBGP, South Baltimore Gateway Partnership, Ethan Abbott, Brad Rogers. We also have members from the consultant team, Megan Bourne, Odessa Phillips, and Jason Lassity. Yes. So I just introduced parts of the project team, but we also have another element, which is the Reimagine Middle Branch Working Group, which is comprised of Parks and People Foundation, Recs and Parks, SB7, and the Maryland Port Administration. So I will go as quickly as possible because of the time sensitivity. But Reimagine Middle Branch is comprised of 19 neighborhoods around the middle, I'm sorry, I think that's, might be my phone. That's fine. That actually might be mine. Yes, can I pause that? Give me 1 second. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, back to it. Comprised of 11 miles of shoreline as well as 30 parks. So this initiative is a community-led initiative that has been built upon previous South Baltimore plans, several including Cherry Hill Transformation Plan, South Baltimore Gateway Master Plan, and the 2007 Middle Branch Master Plan. So there are 5 main goals: inclusive program and activities, access and connections, economic equity, park and recreation, and environmental resilience and health. All 5 goals, keeping in mind that all 5 goals correlate with our JEDI principles for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. The plan organization is comprised of 4 volumes, including the executive summary. The design vision incorporates 4 equity frameworks as well as walk around the middle branch with priority areas, implementation strategies, which focuses on the planning, permitting, funding, and management and stewardship. The engagement summary will highlight all of our engagement and outreach efforts with it for the entirety of this process. And the resource guide comprises analysis and other resources that support the other elements in the plan. The design vision report is made up of 4 equity frameworks: protect and restore the shoreline, transform barriers and connections, activated and inclusive parks, and equitable development. For protect and restore the shoreline, one of the main key strategies is for living shorelines that add beauty and habitat and resist erosion. So communities within South Baltimore have experienced a lot of barriers and lack of access and connectivity to the water. So this is an important element of the plan to ensure that we protect and restore the shoreline by introducing green infrastructure and also restoring wetlands and other green initiatives around the Middle Branch. The second one is transform barriers into connections. Another barrier has been that there has been a lack of transportation infrastructure around the Middle Branch. One of the highlights of the project is a shoreline trail that's 3 miles around the water, as well as the east to west pedestrian bridge to connect between Westport and Baltimore Peninsula / Port Covington community. The third framework is activated and inclusive parks. So as I mentioned before, there are about 30 parks within the study area. So it's not only improving access to these parks, but improving the space and also introducing new open spaces within the study area. And the fourth framework is equitable development. This framework is very key. So not only does this project focus on the parks and transportation infrastructure, but it also focuses around development around the Middle Branch and connecting and providing quality access and connectivity to not only the parks, but also to other developments. We have an African American Heritage Trail as well. So that's one of the trails that will link individuals to prominent historical sites around the Middle Branch. So this slide is basically a snapshot of the overall study area and the different elements of the design vision. So there are 7 main areas for this project, including the Brooklyn waterfront, Reedward Park, the Westport waterfront, Port Covington, Baltimore Peninsula area, as well as Ridgely Cove. Okay, some of the top initiatives within all of these areas include Black Sox Park, which highlights the Black legends of South Baltimore. Black Sox Park used to host the Negro League. We have Smith Cove, and we also have the East to West Bridge and the Middle Branch Park. So implementation strategy is comprised of 4 main components. The funding strategy, so thinking of how can we leverage and support this plan with finances. So we have accumulated $165 million in phase 1 for projects already that have either been completed or underway. Strategy 2 is the phase-in strategy. And so one of the parts of that is delivering a pipeline of projects underway and how that would look between now and the next 20 years. So in the plan, you can look to see the phase-in strategy, which is split up into 4 components. The permanent strategy, that includes, for instance, one of the points is submit an entire plan for coordinated program-wide or plan-wide permitting, and then management and stewardship strategy, which is the 4th strategy. And one of the components of that is hiring or designating a reimagined Middle Branch program manager, as well as developing an MOU with Locust Point, Brooklyn, and Curtis Bay. We have done a lot of extensive engagement between all of the 19 neighborhoods, stakeholders, and city agencies throughout this entire process. So as you can see here, these are photos of some of the community engagement efforts. Here is showing a record of meetings and interviews. We have attended, between the project team, consultant team, and the client team, we have attended and hosted numerous amounts of public meetings, public events, attending community association meetings, setting up interviews with stakeholders, as well as meeting with developers, property groups, and other organizations. The plan incorporated 4 equity initiatives. 3 of them are shown here on the screen. We had a fellowship hosting a few Morgan State University students. We had a community design lab where we hosted a few high school students for the spring and summer, involving them in the planning process and exposing them to the fields of planning, landscape architecture, and architecture as well. And then the third one is showing the splash event that we had for the community, where they were able to be around the water and participate in some of the environmental friendly activities. So these are engagement by the numbers. So as you can see, we've had over 600 social media followers, and that continued to increase as the project went along. We did frequent posts on social media, providing project updates, as well as events that we were hosting. The picture that you see, we had it's called a mobile project hub, where we had a cart and essentially popped up at different community events that were already happening around the area. So one of our goals was to meet the community where they were at. So not only did we host our own meetings, but we also showed up to where the community was already having their meetings and activities. And then we also met with different community groups. We met with other state agencies, and as I mentioned before, developers and property owners. So this was a very inclusive project. And so for equity considerations, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on for this project is to acknowledge that these 19 neighborhoods around South Baltimore have been historically neglected, not only from the shoreline and from the other barriers from transportation infrastructure, industrial land uses, and a lot of historic disinvestment. So not only were they sort of separated from the shorelines because of lack of access, but they have also been separated from one another due to the things that I had previously mentioned. And so the plan for this vision is to bring the communities together and not only connect them to one another, but also connect them to the beautiful shoreline that Middle Branch is. We see it as a green waterfront for South Baltimore, well, for Baltimore in general. But that this vision will provide and build an equitable network of places and spaces that will support health, vitality, and future investments across the Middle Branch. And as I mentioned before, we did focus a lot on JEDI principles. We did have a JEDI committee. And so JEDI was at the center of this process. And so some of our project strengths include connect and plan elements to funding, build and expand on localized plans, and the different private investments that are happening now. And so we have the strength of leveraging the casino local impact grant funds that we receive through the city as well as SBGP. And then we also have the advantage of the CIP funds. And so examples of projects around these funding sources are multi-year plans with BCRP for interior and parks. These include Solo Glips, Florence Cummins, and Carroll Park. Another strength is to build and expand on localized plans. I had mentioned this earlier, but there are many local neighborhood level plans as well as master plans for multiple communities in general. And then 6, I like to talk about the private investment that is occurring as we speak. We have the One Westport site. We have 2525 Insulator Drive, which they're here today. Baltimore Peninsula. as well as the Carroll Camden Business Association. And so implementation is underway. So it's not a project that has just been written in stone and we're waiting for things to happen. Things are actually already happening. So the first picture, you can see that that's the Middle Branch Fitness and Wellness Center. So that actually opened back in November. We have the Middle Branch Resiliency Initiative. So as of right now, we have $48 million for that initiative to restore the wetlands and to mitigate flooding. And then we have programs that are happening as we speak right now. We have the annual Cherry Hill Arts and Music Waterfront Festival that happens around the summertime. We have annual community grants that are given out through local organizations. So there's a lot that is happening right now in the Middle Branch to contribute to this vision. And so here's a lovely rendering of the Middle Branch Resiliency Initiative that I had mentioned. And this picture is showing a view of wetlands around MedStar Harbor Hospital. And so, yes, our recommendation is adoption. Our vision is really to help these beautiful, diverse South Baltimore neighborhoods to provide them with adequate access and connectivity to each other and to the waterway, and to improve the quality of life and restore the shoreline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kimball. Greatly appreciate it. Are there questions, comments from the commission for Ms. Kimball? Really? All right, hearing none. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? This is kind of, it's a shame. We spent 2.5 hours on this, and half an hour on the rezoning that we heard earlier, even though that was very, very important, because, I mean, this is a substantive document. It's also damn heavy. But it's a great vision. It's a great plan. You got great recommendations in the plan.
Could we let the consultants go?
Absolutely. I'll shut up and turn it over to the next consultant. Or, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay. If you can, real quick, if I can ask you to hold. Is there anyone on the consultant team that would like to speak first? Because you guys got to catch a train.
Well, I'll just speak for the whole team, and we can talk about it when everyone is here, but Megan Bourne and Odessa Phillip and Jason, two of them are from out of town. We didn't cue them to speak, but I would invite them to, if you want to speak about the experience, and then we'll get into the training. If you want to go first.
Sure, absolutely. Well, thank you for having us, and thank you to the other Block Insulator Drive team for letting us step in line.
It's going to cost you, but.
I'll just say this has been, I'm a landscape architect at Field Operations, and we've been working closely with South Baltimore Gateway Partnership, and my name is Megan Bourne, and the city on this plan for over 2 years. I think we're incredibly proud of the plan, incredibly proud of not only the outcomes, but the process that we took to get here today. We did incredible engagement led by Odessa and her team, and I think you saw the equity initiatives that I just want to mention too, that we were not only thinking 10 and 20 years down the line, but thinking about today and making positive impacts on the communities in South Baltimore today with those programs. And that was, I think, quite innovative for this plan, and hopefully many more plans in the future take that on as well. So we're just thrilled and excited to be at this point in the process, to be at a moment when the plan will hopefully be adopted today, and very proud of our entire team. We led a team of 15 consultants, a really diverse team of experts from transportation to engineering to science to engagement, and I think across the board our team is just happy and thrilled with the results and excited to see all of this be implemented by our partners into the future in South Baltimore. Thank you.
Very, very much. Odessa, would you please speak on your community engagement? Quickly.
I'm never quick. That's already scary. Odessa Phillip from Aceto Consulting. So excited to actually see a project really believe in equitable engagement. We were able to do that with this project, talk to all of the neighborhoods a lot. We made sure that we met with them regularly, but we also met with all of the stakeholders, and we made sure that communities understood what was happening. And that, I think, is probably the hardest thing to do when you've got so much technical information. But it was exciting to work with field operations because they really believed in equitable engagement as well. Our city partners have been working with us to make sure that we could do that. Rec and Parks, Chris, has been really supportive of this effort, and I hope that we can continue to do this kind of engagement all throughout Baltimore. We have an office here in Baltimore City, so we already do a lot of work here, but this is what I am using as a model for other projects we have here in Baltimore. So thank you for that moment, and thank you for that opportunity.
I just have a quick question. I'll let you go. Just the organizational structure to make sure that some of these recommendations are implemented. Is it going to be a coalition or?
I'm going to point at Ethan.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Ethan Cohen from the Mayor's Office. That is a good question. I think we punted on a little bit, but through the plan, we also contemplated organizational structure. So in volume 18, no, just kidding, volume 2, in the implementation plan, we talk about a implementation strategy. We talk about a management and stewardship strategies, and looking, part of the research was looking at different models, particularly on the parks, capital construction, but also their long-term maintenance and operations. So currently, we are in a collaboration between the city through Rec and Parks Planning, myself and the Mayor's Office, with South Baltimore Gateway Partnership, which is they could speak to their role, but they're a state and city-created public authority covering the South Baltimore Gateway, or the area that benefits from the casino funding. So the project really benefits from a lot of synergies and opportunities, but one is the funding, obviously. It would be great if all of the city had these sort of pots of discretionary funding. I like to think that we're using it responsibly and well. So there's funding, there's also capacity in that. Our state representatives and the city council and prior administration did create this other entity of the Gateway Partnership as a management authority, publicly chartered, publicly accountable. So at this point, we're working together and then thinking that it may lead to a spinoff. We talk about an incubation period of creating a third entity that may manage these projects. But for now, we're coordinating on the funding and the implementation, with the city leading on some projects and Gateway Partnership leading on some projects.
Are there any other questions for Ethan?
And Gateway's representative, if you wanted to hear from Brad.
Okay. Great. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, absolutely.
Mr. Heath.
Yes, sir. And so I apologize to everyone because I struck this out earlier, but I just wanted to throw my overwhelming support behind this project. My deepest compliments to the team that put it together. I read all 400 pages, and it was probably the most moving piece of documentation relative to what Baltimore City can become that I've ever read. It gives me hope for the future of this city. We have seen what the Inner Harbor can do to revitalize downtown, but we've also seen how the Inner Harbor has been taken back by development, and what's left is a sliver, a promenade. Not much green space. We have Rash Field and West Shore Park, but it's become much more limited. This would have an immediate impact on low-income residents, underserved communities, and bridge the gap from what's viewed as downtown to south of the city. I guess my question to the board is something, Mr. Davis, you brought up earlier about community plans and development plans and the different types of plans, is it sounds like there's some that have teeth and there's some don't. I want to ensure that this is one that has teeth.
Yes, this definitely has teeth. So in regards, thank you. In regards, there are community groups in Baltimore that want to create a plan for their community. And we've established criteria for them to do that, and we will accept those plans if they've met those criteria, so that they can use those plans for philanthropic and, to garner capital from philanthropy or from state or from wherever they can. And if the city can participate in that, great, but we're not promising, okay? That's kind of the deal. Then there are plans that the city adopts. These are plans like this plan, which I'm sure we're going to adopt. And it's going to become the plan for the Middle Branch, and everything is going to go back to when things that are happening in the city, we're going to go back to the Middle Branch and say, what does this say about this area? And how it interacts with the Middle Branch and how it supports this. When we talk about funding the capital improvement program, the capital improvement budget, DOT and DPW and Rec and Parks, a lot of Rec and Parks, what are all the other agencies, what are they doing to implement this? This is an important, so it's a very different, this is an adoption. So yes, it has more teeth.
I appreciate the thorough answer, educational answer. I apologize if anybody was waiting for the suspense of the vote, because it sounds like it's been spoiled. But thank you for the time.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Can I ask
Mr. Rogers, you're not going to speak?
If I must.
You must.
Hello, I'm Brad Rogers. I'm the Executive Director of the South Baltimore Gateway Partnership. We're an economic development authority funded by casino revenues working in neighborhoods across South Baltimore. We've been working very closely with the city, Parks and People, and everyone else on this project from the very beginning. I just want to say that what distinguishes this project is its implementability. The fact is we have $165 million worth of work in the pipeline, which we're already delivering big chunks of, including the $25 million Fitness and Wellness Center in Cherry Hill, the trash wheel at the Gwynns Falls, major new park and enhancements happening all over the place, and $48 million worth of wetlands that we're currently working on right now. So what I want to assure the Planning Commission is that there is a firm, detailed vision for implementation, and one that does not require us to come constantly to the general fund to keep this project moving. We have the luxury of casino revenues, which are allowing us to bring in huge amounts of revenues from outside sources. So I think we're going to be able to move this far faster than other ambitious projects of its type. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Brad? I have one. I think you probably know what it is. Who's the champion to make sure that this is every day?
All day, every day.
I knew that was going to be my question.
Good ULI question.
Yep, fantastic, thank you very much. All right, again, I wish there was, fireworks and everything. This has been a couple-year process, and this is a great plan. Any questions, comments, deliberations from the commission?
I wanted to say that when Pete Hammond put me on this, and maybe some of you, he was really excited about this. I know he's not in the city anymore, but he was a big proponent of this, and I'm sure he'd be really happy if he was here right now to see it come to fruition. And I also think I'm prepared to move approval.
I'd just add, as someone who enjoys the Middle Branch Park in its current form, I can appreciate the necessity for this plan and also the incredible impact that it's going to have for Baltimore. And, Mr. Heath mentioned the, underserved communities. Building on our natural resources is one of the greatest things that we can do for equity, so that, kids that may not have the opportunity to get out of town on the weekend still have an opportunity to go down to the river and interact with nature. So I won't let this go by without some, fanfare and acknowledgement, because this is a very big deal.
Mr. Chair, there should be fireworks. I want to thank the people in the mayor's office, Ethan and Chris from my shop, and then people from planning and Rec and Parks who make this happen. But I guess they're paid to do it, so I really appreciate the people who aren't paid to do it to really volunteer the time and effort to make this happen over years, going to meetings and attending these sort of workshops and make it come to fruition. Baltimore's waterfront, I think people would agree that it's the best, most scenic waterfront of any East Coast city in the country. So that's something we need to value. And to Commissioner Stevens' point, we need to leverage it, and I'm excited to see it come to fruition.
Just want to talk with the consultant. Hopefully you'll be able to kind of replicate this plan in other areas in the community. This is a very, very strong plan. I was just wondering, who paid for this plan? Was this, I'm just curious.
You did.
So, I don't know who here is a gambler, but thank you if you play the slots. So again, we are in the unique position here in this part of Baltimore in that this is the area that benefits from the South Baltimore portion of the Casino Local Impact Grant Funds. So again, not every community has the advantage of the discretionary funds to do a project like this. I hope you find that we're using it responsibly and leveraging it. But that was, there were no city general funds on it. It was Casino Impact Grant Funds appropriated through the city and by Brad Rogers' board of directors through the South Baltimore Gateway Partnership, and then a significant state capital grant also that came with the support, really sort of the advocacy of Frank Lance of Parks and People. He was really key in us getting that 2020 state capital grant.
Well, money well spent. Great plan.
Thank you.
So there's a letter of support in our package from the District 46 legislators, including Senate President Ferguson and Clippinger and Robin Lewis. Thank you. And then Mark Edelman. Write every one of them.
Yeah.
And tell them, all right, thanks very much for your support. Show me the money. Make this happen.
And former delegate Brooke Linderman was really a key champion, along with Pete Hammond early on, and she also sent us a letter wearing her comptroller hat now, but as a former delegate.
All right. That do I have?
Can I add something too? Sorry. I just wanted to add really quick. I didn't mention earlier, but we see the plan as a living document. Just wanted to elaborate that. So as the projects move forward, we will continue extensive community engagement with the neighborhoods and stakeholders.
And now we know who to call on for those regular updates. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say, for somebody who made a vow not to come out of the house when COVID hit until this year, 2023, I snuck away last summer to the Vegan Soul Fest Music Festival. You guys did a wonderful job down there. I mean, I was amazed that that even existed, the area the way it was, because I had been out of the house. And I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
can I
yes.
just make a quick comment?
Yes, Commissioner Collins.
I want to keep Tom awake here.
Now,
I just want to thank you all for a beautiful plan. I think that you took something that wasn't looked at as an asset and you turned it into one. While Harbor Place has its good points, I would say that this plan is not exploiting the environment. It is using it as an asset for people who haven't had the opportunity to really use it. So congratulations, and I'll second Tom's, Commissioner Priebus's motion to approve the plan.
with that, do we have, call roll, Mr. Secretary?
Victor Clark Jr.
Approved.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Talib Horn. Approve. Tom Priebus. Eric Stevenson. Approve. Justin Williams.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approved. Thank you all again for your great work. All right, next up on the agenda, we have the
next three. Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill number 22-0325.
That was postponed.
Oh, sorry. A major subdivision development plan for 2525 Insulator Drive, AKA Lock Landing in the 11th Councilmanic District. Eric Tiso will present.
All right, getting there. Here we go. So this is major subdivision final plans for 2525 Insulator Drive. This was actually for my colleague Matt DeSantis, who had to go to pick up kids. So I'm going to try and do my best with no warning to cover for him. And some of the development team actually had to leave as well since they had other obligations. So don't ask me any hard questions. So here is the area from above. It's on the western side of the peninsula. You can see the little red crosshair at the top edge of it, kind of going from beside Nick's Fish House all the way on down. Zooming in on the site a bit. Just looking around from a couple sides. All right, so existing conditions plan, big building. Final subdivision, I'm trying to get you out of here on time, I swear. Final subdivision plan is for a new townhouse neighborhood as well as 2 multifamily buildings. And first, I did want to acknowledge the work of former colleague Tamara Woods, who put in a lot of work working with the development team from the design review side of this, as well as the applicants who really wanted a part of this to go forward on the last meeting. We had some additional comments, some back and forth to work some stuff out. And they agreed to put everything together in one item, so they accommodated us to kind of show you the comprehensive picture instead of doing again. So this was really kind of a teamwork effort across the board. So there is also a vertical subdivision. The commission has seen this before, where subterranean portions of the land are retained because, you know, it's an industrial site. If there's any concern over contamination, the responsibility for that is retained, and the development goes above that plane. So that is a component of this for a portion of the site. So here's the final development plan. Because of its size, it is turned sideways. North is to the left. So you can see Cromwell Street at the leftmost edge. The 2 bigger white, oh, actually I do have the pointer here, yeah. These 2 buildings here are going to be the multifamily, and the rest is a new townhome community. There is also a trail, where did my mouse go, that follows down through the site and will follow along this edge here, continuing through the site. So here's a landscape plan. Some kind of elevations, fronts, backs, sides. There's varying widths. I think there's 16, 20, 24 foot options will be available. Other options, the ones that are along the trail at the far southwest corner will actually be reverse fronted, so they'll have the garages on the front side, just because it's the only way to get at them. These are the multifamily buildings. This is the east building. Just a different color. And the west building, and they are connected. Mouse, there it is. They're connected, I believe this is the spot here, between the 2 buildings. So technically it's a linked structure across the right-of-way. They'll need to get a franchise, I believe, for that, which is, I think, working in progress. And the clear height will be sufficient for fire trucks to get under that, as well as regular traffic. Let me just make sure I go through the report and make sure I cover everything. So again, it's a subdivision. The parcel is going to go into a total of 377 lots. There'll be 48 stacked condo parcels, which is double that, and 96 total dwelling units among those. 297 townhome parcels. The 2 multifamilies will have a total of 417 units, apartments amongst them. And the remaining lots will be HOA parcels for landscaping, stormwater management, and the publicly accessible waterfront trail and park. I mentioned it was part of the Middle Branch Trail. That path going through it will be 16 foot wide through to the park for both pedestrian and cyclist use. I mentioned the vertical subdivision. For the landscaping, that plan includes a total of 284 canopy trees, along with additional 150 planting units via understory trees, evergreen trees, and ground cover to satisfy forest conservation, critical area, and landscape manual requirements. For the zoning regulations, the only variance that's required for the development plan set is to permit the front-loading garage doors, which is greater than 50% the width of the front facade in order to make that happen. That occurs on the 24-foot wide waterfront townhomes. Staff worked with the applicants through the design review process, and we have no objections to that variance being included, which is uncommon for us. We believe that the subdivision regulations, all their requirements have been met. And so for the equity impact, you have this. I would almost not want to try and summarize this too quickly. We don't believe that there's any residential community in the immediate area that will be impacted, so this really represents significant short and long-term impacts on the area. And it'll continue the transformation of this part of the city into a mixed-use neighborhood. And of course, this is a positive development, but it does follow the persistent pattern of inequity in certain districts in a way where areas that are heavily invested in tend to attract more of that. And for that reason, the SB7 Neighborhood Coalition was formed, and we've seen hundreds of millions of dollars of private and public investment and several years' worth of investment in this area. Though this area far down on the peninsula is not part of the formal South Baltimore 7, that's what the SB7 means. We believe that all the relevant South Baltimore communities have been provided notice of the development. And so their notifications went out to SB7, which is a conglomeration of Westport, Cherry Hill, Mount Winans, Lakeland, Brooklyn, and Curtis Bay. And of course, having been posted, as well as the over 19,000 unique email addresses in our Gov Delivery Blast. And with that, we recommend approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Staff. Are there any questions for Eric?
Eric, this is going to be a hard question. Maybe it's better for Ms. Hecker, but in a situation where the developer has chosen to bifurcate the ownership interest of the ground soil, and in which there's stormwater management that's being managed by HOA, how is the city handling the ongoing operation, maintenance, and performance of stormwater duties, I guess, by the HOA on property that I think is being bifurcated into an entity that isn't owned by the HOA or operated by the HOA?
Okay, I'll hazard a guess, and I'll look across the room occasionally in case I'm wrong. So I believe that the vertical subdivision is below ground. Okay, so the stormwater management will be above that plane, and so that'll be part of this development that you see here. So they're on the hook for that.
Okay.
And being HOA parcels, the HOAs nominally on the list, not necessarily individual residents for that ongoing maintenance. I think.
Yeah, the fact that it's like 6 feet under does help that analysis.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I know Harbor Point had a similar multi-dimensional warped plane below ground. And I'm struggling to think if there were other
I
for
know.
environmental purposes, but at least there's one other that I'm aware of.
Yeah, but Harbor, anyway, I won't belabor it. It's too late. Thanks.
God bless you.
I don't want to belabor it either, so if we don't have the answer, that's okay, but who owns the underground part?
I'll defer to the applicant. I don't have the name right in front of me.
And I'm also curious how that gets taxed. Do you pay property taxes on underground?
I believe it's at the individual lot. I'll step aside.
You were doing so well. Mr. Chair, I realize I worked on a piece of this. Someone abstained from the hearing. I realized I worked on a small piece of this in my old job.
Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin Greenberg on behalf of the developer. I can answer your question pretty quickly. The underground parcel will be a tax lot just like any other parcel, just like the above ground parcel. So it will be assessed by the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, and it will get a tax bill.
So we're double counting.
Basically, you're double counting. No, I mean, there's a way that they can apportion, when you have a regular fee simple lot you own from the top of the sky to the bottom of the earth. And basically what they'll do is they'll split the assessment, Right, the land part of it will go to the developer entity that owns the underground piece, and the improvements will belong to the homeowner.
Interesting. What's the depth of the LLC? Or
6 feet.
Did you say it was 6 feet?
Yeah, I think it's about 6 feet.
Any other questions?
Where the cap is? Is there a cap?
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
Commissioner Warren, questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Clark?
No, great presentation.
Good job. Commissioner Collins?
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hecker. Is there
Thank you.
anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Any questions, comments, deliberations from the commission? If not, do I have a motion?
So moved.
And you're moving to approve the subdivision in accordance with the staff report, findings, facts, and do I have a second?
A second.
And Commissioner Sean Clark.
Victor Clark.
Mr. Secretary, we lost that. Well, it's because we've been here for 5 hours.
Victor Clark.
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Ellie Bourne.
Approve.
Tom Priebus. Eric Stevenson. Justin Williams is abstaining, and Sean Davis.
Approve. Motion carries. Congratulations.
So that was previous Williams abstaining, the others in favor? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, the final item on the agenda tonight are supplemental general fund capital appropriation bills citywide. Kristen Ahern will present.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to present the supplementary general fund capital appropriation bills. These are citywide, so there are several bills that you'll hear for various agencies. I'm going to go ahead and zoom forward. In fiscal year 2022, the Department of Finance for the city identified a surplus of general funds and worked with the mayor's office and city agency to program those for the highest priority needs that they identified at the time. The Department of Planning did advise on the projects and the items for which those funds were programmed, and now the Department of Finance, working with the Council President's Office, has submitted these supplemental appropriation bills. So you'll see most of the bills are associated with an existing capital project, one that we have approved, this body has approved. You see in that third column the associated CIP number. We do appreciate this investment in capital above and beyond what the city's typically able to do. We think it's a very important investment, and we're supportive of it. Again, most of these are existing projects that had been identified as priorities with a few new items. But generally, we support all investments in capital in the city. We think anything we can do to kind of reduce that deferred maintenance backlog is a positive thing. So with that, we recommend approval.
Do we need to recommend each bill separately, or can we bulk them into one? Should we?
I think we should keep separate because I have some.
Eric, do they need to approve each bill separately?
If they want to, if you would like to vote in bank, they will end up getting separate cover sheets anyway. So I don't think there's any reason why you can't move them as a group.
Well, I mean, there's a couple ways to do this. We can do them individually. We can do them as one group, or we can do them by department, like Department of Housing and Development, Baltimore City Convention Center, Mayor's Office of Information, and then Department of General Services. So,
Perhaps check for any concerns, objections. If none, then move them as a slate.
Well, I have concerns and objections, so I don't want to move this slate.
Yeah, okay.
I think that doing it by agency might be a good course.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Well, can we
Would you want to discuss the ones you have questions or concerns about?
Can we ask questions and stuff?
Of course. Questions, comments, and nobody said anything, so I said,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just tired. I have some questions. Kristen, thank you for that. Question one is, what was our What was the city's what fiscal year were we in?
We're in 2023. We're in fiscal year 2023.
2023, what was our capital budget allocation from like when we did the regular process last year? What's the total value of the capital budget? Was it like just 80 million?
It was 793 million.
Oh, but that was what we.
That includes, yeah, that includes the utilities.
Stuff. Yeah, like the non-utility piece.
At that point, the Department of Finance already understood that it was going to have a surplus, so at the end of the year, we ended up budgeting 90.5 million in general funds.
So, and that was fully, so the 90.5 was fully budgeted for last year?
And that's plus 80 million in geo bonds.
Right, so this is just a purely new 55 million that was not at all considered last year in any way, shape, or form?
Unless you consider the fact that these are existing CIP projects. But
Right.
yes,
Well,
it's
what-
55 million that the city did not know it was going to have at the time that the CIP was adopted last year.
So where?
Was this for 2023 budget or 2022?
Yeah.
So the city ended fiscal year 22 with a surplus and wants to budget those leftover funds to be used in the current fiscal year, which is 2023.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so in the case where there's a CIP number, we've already sort of talked about it and we've already talked about that thing on some level. We're just beefing up the amount of money available for that line item. Is that fair to say?
In most cases.
Yeah, where there's a number, like a CIP number, and it doesn't say NA. It was the CIP was approved last year, it just wasn't approved in that amount, so we're beefing up the amount available. Is that accurate?
Yeah, some of those may have been items programmed for an out year that were then instead able to get funded now, but they're all existing from a previous year or from agency request from fiscal 24.
So for me personally, I feel that we've at least gone through the full process that's described on the planning's website with respect to the CIP numbers. So my focus would be on the NAs. Is that, I mean, because the NAs have never come before us and never even been talked about. And in at least two cases, I don't even know what they are.
I was gonna make a similar comment that doesn't fully agree with that, so I'll ask for clarification. I was gonna point out that the vacants initiative is the second largest number on there, and that's clearly vague. I did think that we approved a certain amount of money last year, and in the plan that we reviewed for this year included a certain amount of money for vacant housing rehabilitation, which was also vague and was also not tied to specific locations, as Mr. Pash pointed out. So I guess the question is, are those things the same? If they are, why is it an NA? And then, I have further questions around, the analysis of that.
We've budgeted in the past for demolition and stabilization and other associated costs. I think this is kind of a more general bucket for the agency to use. I frankly can't advise on exactly how it would be used, but it would be the same sorts of activities that we've budgeted for in the past under a different umbrella.
I mean, I think it's a really material and major problem that we can't hear from in the normal CIP budget, the agencies come in here and they talk to us and say, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. Money. We're talking about $11 million that's going into a undescribed sort of vague fund called Vacant Initiative. I mean, that could be theoretically anything. It's like it seems to fly in the face of the entire program to have such a large bucket of such a large amount of money. And that $11 million is more than we would allocate to so many things in the traditional CIP.
If I can, real quickly,
Thanks.
in the backup that was provided on our Wix page for those two items, for the Perkins Somerset Old Town Perkins Phase 2 public infrastructure for $6,600,000 and the Vacants Initiatives for $11 million. For $6,600,000. It says background explanation, the Department of Housing and Community Development is leading both of these projects. The PSO transformation plan calls for the demolition and redevelopment of Perkins Homes into a vibrant mixed-use income community with public housing, replacement low-income tax credit, and market-rate housing, a 21st century school, the community amenities and opportunities, neighborhood improvements, and supportive services aimed at helping families meet their goals. Is all $17.6 million towards that, or is it 6.6 and 11, 17.6?
Oh.
Okay?
Is the Bacon's initiative have to do with Perkins?
That's what I'm asking. That's what's on this.
That's what it says.
That's what it says on this. The way I read this explanation that's been provided to us is the 17.6 is for that. Now, that's what I'm asking.
I think Commissioner Williams.
Well, that was the Board of Estimates memo, so it grouped them together. So it's saying HCD 17.6 for PSO and Bacon's initiative. But you'll see that if you keep reading in the same point, they break it down money and
Separately.
source. Yeah, so the intent is to have 6.6 go to Perkins, and then the 11 go to the Bacon's initiative work that housing is doing and that impacting. those
Regardless
areas.
of area. Okay.
I don't, there may be areas I don't have that.
What is the Bacon's initiative?
That's what Commissioner Stevenson is having his problem with. And I think that's what you're having your problem with is, we're approving $11 million that we've never talked about.
$11 million. This is Perkins Somerset.
It's $11 million on something that has like less than a sentence of explanation, like not even a sentence of explanation. The sentence of explanation is on Perkins. Like,
Just for the record, so we all understand this, the Board of Estimates has already approved this.
I don't
correct?
care. I'm not, I'm not the Board of Estimates. And it's also backwards because it's supposed to come here. I don't even know if it's a charter initiative or not, but.
The Board of Estimates did it, it's like a normal budget process. The Board of Estimates approves, and it goes to the city council process, but there's a city council bill associated with each of these, and that's why.
But this is CIP though.
And I think,
Right.
I suspect that the CIP the process has evolved over the years. What the charter says is that the planning commission advises. Typically, that happens when council submits a bill and refers it to the planning commission. I believe that over the years, we've just sort of adjusted that process for timing for the regular CIP. So this is the correct process. It's going through the right process. There will be a public hearing as part of the city council bill on February 21st. We have to make a report to the council. That report can advise, can say what we want it to say. Planning staff will go represent the report to the council in the hearing. That's sort of the procedural next step.
Okay, so based on that, if I can, I'm going to step ahead. And I think I'm going to suggest a motion. A motion to approve all of the additional supplemental budget appropriations and CIP projects that are currently in the CIP program as designated with a number on this, and that we recommend that the council evaluate all of the projects that are not in the CIP program that are shown here. I don't know what the hell to do with it.
Can I ask another question?
I'm close with you on
Consider that
the
motion.
numbers,
Yeah,
but.
of course.
Kristen,
Gotta get the hell out of here.
were there any projects in the CIP that did not receive funding that could benefit from this supplemental funding, and were those projects considered? Was there a process to consider those projects?
So this wasn't a process that we ran as staff, so I can't speak to the process necessarily of how they were determined. I don't know if Chris or Commissioner Williams may be able to provide any insight. It wasn't a planning department process.
So we know of tremendous shortfalls in the We know of tremendous shortfalls in the PSO projects as sort of a magnitude of tenfold, really, over this. And we have two significant, very progressive development projects at Walbrook Junction and Edmondson Village that involve community ownership.
Yeah, we know nothing about that though. Like I've never even heard of that. Community ownership could be 1%. I mean,
and 99% handing $9 million to a developer. I'm not saying it is. I have literally no idea what that is.
I just think that it's concerning that we go through the CIP process. Our funds are limited and we're never able to do everything that we wish that we could do. And that goes not only for funding, but also for equity. And we always try to do better at equity and distributing the projects across the city and doing that analysis. And candidly, we always fall a little bit short. And so if there's additional money, that money should at least be considered to fill those gaps, not only to reinforce projects that have already received significant funding. As I really appreciated Mr. Tiso in a number of his staff reports, pointed out the fact that development brings more development, and we consistently see higher investment in certain communities that already have investment. It's like it reinforces itself. So if I hate to think that we're just reinforcing that trend in a very rare opportunity that we have surplus funds and could use it to fill gaps, not just reinforce areas that have already seen high investment. And I don't know for sure if that's the case here. I don't think that we have clarity. It's just something I'm really concerned about.
And put another way, I'm sorry to keep at it, but like within the budget in DPW's trash budget, just for example, there's like 5 years worth of projects, transfer station in particular, just to get our trash out the door. Like just to do a basic thing, $55 million would make a big difference in the solid waste department, and we're using $9 million on some shopping center that's never been described to us and has no connection to our prior discussions or budget, and a vacancy initiative that just seems like a pool of money that can be drawn on for pet projects. I mean, it really, to me, smacks at all the things that I've said is an issue. We should have public hearings, and if we're giving out $9 million, we sure better know who it's to, and it's not just a private party. I just don't know.
Okay. I think those are great comments. Let's see, anybody else have anything additional to add? By the way, I agree with everything you're saying, and I think we were talking about 27.85 million. That's the total. Of those four items, there's 27.85 million.
The other, like the IT stuff makes sense. We talked about that at least, and we know it's always underfunded. At least I can understand that as a policy goal.
I think I asked you guys, if you had any questions, and then I cut you off if you were.
No, our mics went up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Marcia?
I'll take my mic.
You're doing a good mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are, we spent a considerable amount of consecutive hours evaluating the CIP. So I really appreciate what Commissioner Priebus and Commissioner Stevenson are voicing. I understood the rationale as presented for all of the city-owned buildings in an effort to try and chip away, at least minimally, their backlog. So that has a rational understanding for me, and we have seen their wish list, so I'm sure we've, at some point, I spend a hell of a lot of my waking hours, an able woman, and I could tell you it needs a new HVAC and fire protection, I'd appreciate it. But we know that these buildings are in desperate need, so I can grasp that. We have numbers for those. We probably discussed them, and DGS has been begging for money, so I get that rationale, but I understand that Perkins is a big deal, and they want to expedite. I could see some rationales here, but at the same time, the concerns I have is we really don't have a lot of information on some of these things. I mean, even BSID, we didn't even look at their CIP this year because, as our presentation we had, our briefing today, they're in a different process. So maybe these are good, I don't know. So it is concerning. I'm assuming that if we did nothing on these bills, the city council's still going to go ahead because we'd be just advisory. Whether or not they would choose to go ahead or not is, I'm sure they'll have questions. But it's 6 o'clock and nobody's here.
Go ahead.
We collectively, as I said, there's never enough money, so every year we have to tell people no.
Mhm.
And the staff is more intricately involved in that than we are. I think a presentation that would have been received better by me would have been, here were all the requests that we got, here's what we were able to fund, and these are projects that we were not able to fund, and now we are. It seems like, there are people that we must have said no to that should be first in line, and instead, it doesn't seem to work that way.
And that's the conversation we had when money became available last year, and staff came back and said, here was our thoughts, here's people were denied, here, this would complete this project, and we had a basis to vote yea or nay.
And really, when bikes come and say, we can't get our thing, we're like, well, go to the meetings. And people invested a lot of time too, trying to go through the process that we've created for them.
If I can real quick, I'd like to make a motion that we approve all of the recommendations as shown on the staff report, except items 23-0330, 23-0331, 23-0335, and 23-0340, collectively in the amount of $27,850,000, as illustrated on here, and we recommend that those not be approved and that money be reallocated to existing CIP identified projects. That's a motion. Anybody want to second it?
Could you repeat the items we're excluding?
It's
NAs. Oh, the NAs.
It's 23-0330, 23-0330, 23-0331, 23-0335, and 23-0340.
I'd be open to that motion. I think
Would you be open enough to second it?
Well, I just want to, 75%, I don't want to necessarily deny, not that they're going to listen to this anyway, but I think some of these we just need more information on. I'd be amenable to approving the ones that you mentioned and reconsidering the other ones. I mean, I think the Edmondson Village project may actually be a good project.
That's a good project.
That's a good
But I respect commissioners, interest in having more information available. So I'd like to return to that one as well as possibly housing, but.
Right.
So we ask them to come at a future meeting to explain.
Second, okay, go ahead.
I'm just asking Kristen if we could ask them to come to a future meeting to explain what was
We
here.
could get more information for March 2nd. That would probably delay passage of the bills, possibly delay passage of the bills.
Yeah.
If they're scheduled for a hearing already. which
Well, they'll
is-
do it
they
anyway,
are,
right.
Then
They're going to do it.
They're going to do it anyway, but we could still ask for the information.
They're gonna just pass it on February, whatever.
I think they have it on
It's before
22nd of
our next
February.
meeting.
Yeah,
Their
next
meeting
meeting's
is
March 8th.
before.
What's the point then?
March 2nd?
It would be for FYI only.
Yeah. Well, then if that's the problem, then I just think we should do what the chairman did, which is basically be on record to disapproving the 4 that are not in the budget and saying that it should be reallocated and approving the rest. And they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do anyway, but at least we've held up our CIP program on some level.
And it would, I guess I would just offer that enterprise IT infrastructure and vacants are aligned with things that have been in the CIP, just not necessarily in that format. PSO, we talked about extensively this
Yeah,
year.
PSO is-
Sherry's
I mean-
asked if
So here's
It's a line drawing issue that we have to have just feel like we have to draw a line, and I
Do-
like the line of
do-
PNAs versus the CIP.
Do we want to
And
disapprove
I would love
them,
to have had the
or-
opportunity for somebody to come and present these damn things to us before we had to make a vote.
Yeah.
Right?
The problem is you're asking us to do something without information.
This entire capital project year has kind of been truncated and feel like, man, we're rushing on everything. We're not getting all the information that we really need to make informed decision. And oh, by the way, there's this comptroller's report out that says you guys aren't doing a great job.
And this is like
So-
nearly half of the CIP budget some years, at least of the discretionary.
It's true.
And we're doing it like in a list without any information whatsoever.
On the NA projects, are we disapproving them, or are we just saying we don't have information to vote on? I think there's a distinction there because some of those may be very worthy, we just don't know.
But we're being asked that today you have to make a decision. If you need a decision from us today, we disapprove because we don't have enough information, and you're not gonna give us enough time to have enough information, and so therefore we disapprove.
And if they choose to go ahead and approve it, which it is entirely their right, then they know that they're doing so at the objection of the commission, and fine, okay, great.
Somewhere we've got to stay
Nobody's
with
gonna-
the CIP program. We tell people that it's so important to go through the process.
So
We found
Martin, thank you, Martin, just looked the bills up. The hearings may not have been scheduled, so I might have been working on wrong information.
I thought so.
I heard they were going to be scheduled.
Yeah, I thought, wait, they announced it.
Maybe announced on Monday.
No, they announced it.
I heard they announced it on Monday.
Yeah, they did,
This month, this past
Yes.
Monday.
I think I saw something in the.
because there's
paper
two
about
sets of supplementals, the capital ones and the general funds.
I'm just saying also, where the council has jammed something through, it's been an issue in the past, and I feel that's happening here, and I don't want to be a part of the amendment one for that.
So would it make sense to object as opposed to on the basis of the projects, on the basis of the process?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Which means we.
I mean, every one of those might be great projects. But I would like to, somebody had to score them against all of the other projects that have been in the queue for years.
Well, then theoretically, we should subject to all of it for that, if we're doing
Yeah,
the scoring.
that's what I'm.
So that our letter would say that. It wouldn't address the individual projects, it would address the process.
I would put an extra, if it was up to.
That's not, my motion was to,
Extra thing on the NAs.
yeah, my motion was to approve all except those 4 items and to deny those 4 items. That was my motion. So if anybody wants to second it, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion that's been seconded.
The rest of them, we end up, we saw it, we got the presentation, we don't end up with that much more money.
And I don't know.
Than a lane and a
I don't know how we translate this to, I mean, well, maybe I put it in the motion, that we're denying those 4 applications, not on the basis of the projects, but on the basis of the process by which we are being asked to approve this.
Due to lack of information or something, yeah.
Okay?
I'll vote for that.
So, want to restate the motion?
Move to approve all of the items listed, presented to us, I'm not going through the list, with the exception of the 4 items 23-0330, 0331, 0335, and 0340, and that those be denied, not on the basis of the quality of the project, but on the process by which we've been asked to approve them.
I second that.
Awesome.
Victor, Clark?
Well, I'm in a quandary now. Because I didn't know we could split bills. We either, my thought was, we either deny it all.
They're all different bills.
They're all separate bills. If you want to, we can make a motion to approve or a motion to deny each one of those.
But that's what I'm going to say. We started out, we were going to do one at a time. If we do one at a time, it looks a little different than trying to say, I want to pick this one and I want to pick that one. And not pick this one and not pick that one.
If it helps.
It'll give-
If it helps, there will be a cover letter and a specific recommendation for each bill separately, so that it will look like.
Okay, look like we voted them separately?
There are
Yes.
separate bills on their own, and each one will have a cover memo with a specific recommendation, yes or no.
And so the ones we're denying, we're recommending denial of this, not because of the quality of the project, but because of the process by which we're being asked to approve it.
See, because we don't know what the driving forces were. Like with the vacants, I can tell you, I think it's probably the fire department.
Could be.
The vacants and DHCD and the fire department want to tear down vacant buildings. So here's
I can tell you-
$11 million more to do it with, you know.
And I could probably say that the Edmondson Village is based on, what happened a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And but is that a good thing in comparison to what's in the
They had two
queue?
big fires and burned down half the shop.
No, we're just guessing.
But we don't know. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion as it's presented. Are you praying over there, Krista?
I wanted to just offer Director Ryer or Deputy Mayor Williams if they have more information about the Bacon's initiative to share.
I don't think this can change the way we did this for me. I want to keep this and that right. I don't want to make it runs off. I want to prolong things. There's an impact investment area strategy with the neighborhood sub cabin that housing is stood up. They recognize it's going to be $100 million, actually, memo here, $100 million just in those areas to stabilize and draw big about this. Yes, but there's expediency in housing has a lot of things to do with their time besides come to the 6 o'clock meeting. So, right, they're going to get.
Come on.
So
Will you let him finish?
So it's valuable work. I mean, I guess that this happened quickly. The decision-making process that went on into this was before I took office. I know there was a decision process, but I don't know how that came to be. But I stand by them all being very worthy recipients of funds. So I will be voting against the denial recommendation, but I understand the concerns that are raised, and hopefully next year when I'm part of the process for a supplemental budget or the general CIP process, I can be helpful and have a better, more informed process that it will take part of and know what's going on.
Okay.
Hopefully we have more money.
Does that help?
Has the motion been seconded?
It has.
Yeah.
Yes, so we stopped with Mr. Clark.
Okay.
You can say what you.
I'll approve it.
Okay.
With the caveat that each one of these is going to be done individually.
Separate cover, right?
Marcia Collins.
I approve the mic died, so I don't.
All right. Tully Horn.
Approve.
Tom Previs.
I want to approve with the one comment that it makes me extra more deeply uncomfortable when there's a private party potentially involved and we have no information, but I approve as presented by the chairman.
Eric Stevenson.
I'll approve, but I would also add a comment. I've been sitting next to Tom for too long. My logic is slightly different than Chairman Davis as far as the CIP number and it being included in the CIP or not. To me, equity is the most important thing, and the fact that this is kind of going around any equity analysis, I have some trouble with. The projects that we're approving, such as BCIT, that benefits the entire city. Our city buildings, City Hall and Abel Woolman, those are things that benefit the entire city. So those aren't necessarily equity concerns in the same way that PSO and vacants and these other items that we aren't approving are. So I approve the motion, and that's the.
Good. Justin Williams.
No or nay on the motion.
And Sean.
Approve. That,
Are you opposed to all of them or just the disapprovals? Because there are separate letters.
Yeah, well, I guess as the motion is presented, well,
You're opposed to the disapprovals.
yeah. Well, I guess, it's a slate, yeah, I vote yay with the.
approvals and nay with
That's nay to the motion to disapprove.
yes.
That's what's fine to me.
That being our last agenda item, I